'cause I might be tempted. Always get me into these situations again, because I might be tempted. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with everything. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with everything but me. But me. Paint away, day and night, 6/𝗪𝗪𝗪. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in panic. Yeah, 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 yeah. After you, I'm afraid of feeling some too soon. Cling to what you're giving. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Ooh, oh, 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 oh. Yo! Ooh, oh, 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 oh. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. Dude, how we doing? Saturday!
Paint away, day
Let's
and
go.
night, 6/𝗪𝗪𝗪.
You're alright, goodbye then if you dare.
Someone new is pulling
Everywhere, I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Nothing is what I say. I feel far away.
Nothing is what I think.
I will drown in.
It's not an energy drink, it is. It's a rock star.
Far away. Nothing is what I think. Nothing is what I think.
Yeah, 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 yeah. 'Cause I will drown in pink. Oh, 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 oh. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, it's Jenny's favorite streamer. Look out. How we doing, people? So I must confess, I have no fucking clue what we're going to talk about tonight. I have no idea. I don't even know what happened today. I don't know if anything did happen today. So y'all might have to be the guide. Haven't seen a thing about politics. Dude, I have no idea. I mean, I saw that Kristi Noem comment and you know, other than that, I saw a bunch of like online people like trans panicking. You know, I think there's some shit from yesterday that we were going to look at, some leftover stuff. I can't really remember. Right? JD Vance almost voted for the wrong shit because he's a fucking idiot. Right? Bloody, bloody, blah. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. If you're celebrating that thing, I am like 16 years cigarette free now, which is nice. Right? It's pretty good. Nancy Mace flipped script. What did Nancy Mace do? What did she do? She flipped. What'd she flip? Dude, Nancy Mace is such a problem child. What did she do? Oh, she now like back to being pro-Trump or what? Oh. Let's go. Dude, Ella, let's go. Let's get it. Glad to be here with everyone. Happy Valentine's Day. Oh, let's go, Ella. Thank you, boss. Let's fucking go. Thank you, dude. Let's go. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Dude, I paid very little attention. Okay. I did. I paid very little attention. Right? Fucking, you know, was whatever, looking at, you know, this, that, and the other. Right? Dude, I saw some, here's what I saw today. Okay. The only thing I saw today was like a bunch of MAGA people like cheering on a young girl getting arrested. There was like 4 ICE agents or whatever arresting like a middle school or high school age girl. And she was like, wanted her mom. And everyone was like, all the MAGA people were like making fun of her. And so I saw that and I was like, ew, right? When did the arrest start? What arrest? Right? You talking about arresting MAGA? I don't know. But, dude, I saw that. Then I saw a bunch of transgender, like, panic because Sarah McBride was in Munich talking with Hillary Clinton. Okay? And so the trans panicked MAGA were freaking out. And, dude, this is really crazy, but, like, MAGA have a problem on their hands, you know? And this is what I noticed today was like, there were people, so there was this trans panic happening because these MAGA people hate Sarah McBride, okay? And Sarah McBride is in Munich talking to Hillary Clinton, so they are like like angry, okay? Because they hate Hillary Clinton and they hate that, like, you know, even though Donald Trump was like, we're going to lock her up, nothing ever happened. And now Sarah McBride is talking to, you know, Hillary Clinton in Munich. And so they are beside themselves. But what I noticed today was that you can go into a MAGA space, right? Where they're like having a trans panic freak out. And you can literally like post pictures of women and say like, is this a man? And they will be like, yes, that's a man. I can totally tell that's a man. But it's like, So there were people posting pictures of like OnlyFans models in the replies of this one MAGA shitter. And the MAGA person is like insisting that like, that's a man. And I'm like, what are you fucking doing? Like they have no idea. Like they are so freaked out that you could literally put a bunch of trans women and a bunch of like non-cisgendered women, like a group of photographs in a lineup, and they would have no idea like which is which, right? They would think like all of the cisgendered women are like, you know, I mean, dude, because it's like, dude, it's so dumb, you know? They're so dumb. They do not know their ass from their elbow. Yes. Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, dude. And this one, I was like, dude, that's an OnlyFans. Wow. And they're like, they stopped communicating with me. That's just it. What Gypsy said. My grandma's in hiding because she's got a mustache. It's like, dude, you know, I don't know, dude. They're so dumb. Someone needs to interview the very young tennis player Trump was involved with in the 90s. There are at least 3. Soft. Who are you talking about? Dude, you try to stay away from the artist formerly known as Twitter as much as possible. I think it's just into farming bots mostly. Yeah, no, I totally get it. Yeah, I like stay on Twitter just to prevent it from becoming a search engine fueling right-wing disinformation machine. You know what I'm saying? Because it is like, dude, it's gnarly. But man, you know, Elon has certainly done a number on that place between like Elon Musk and fucking, you know, like Riley Gaines and all that. The MAGA minds are warped, right? They are warped and like, you know what I'm saying? They're so warped, dude. They are so fucking warped. It is like crazy how obsessed they are. You know what I'm saying? They are obsessed. The alpha snowflake culture, alpha snowflakes. That's kind of what they are. They're like the fucking the zeta snowflakes. Dude, it's wild. It's just weird to see it. It's just weird to see them, you know, so like they're so warped that you know, reality is complicated, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just don't know, you know, if you can literally, I'm telling you right now, okay? You can go into a MAGA space where they're having trans panic and put a picture of a woman and in there and like, just ask them, is this woman transgender or straight? Or, I mean, not straight, transgender or cisgender. See, it's hard on Twitter because you can't use the word cisgender. Like Elon has taken it away. Like he fucking, like removes the word. So it's hard to even have the conversation with them, right? He's made it, you know, where you can't really have a conversation with people because he took away the word, you know? So, yes, I know, free speech warrior, Elon Musk. But what's crazy about it is if you find them in the middle of the panic and you put a picture of a cisgendered woman in the thing and start asking them about it, they will instantly start like commenting about like the Adam's apple or like the woman's hands or whatever, right? Whatever they think like their detector detects, right? And they are, it's like seeing people being so confident of like of their own ignorance. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, it's like watching people that have no fucking clue what they're doing whatsoever, but they are like so confident that they are just right, you know? And dude, they are just so like, they're like a parody of a parody at this point, you know? Dude, you know what I mean? Dude, they're obsessed with like, you know, I don't know. They're just obsessed. It's really strange. It's really strange because like, you know, during the course of the day, like I don't know. It's just hard to wage because, you know, like, I mean, this may sound crazy, right? But I don't think about like people's gender during the day. You know what I mean? Like even when I see something related to transgender rights, I'm not even thinking about like transgender people or somebody being transgender. I'm thinking about civil rights, right? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't ever think about like trans or cis or gay or straight. You know what I mean? Like that is not a like a thing that I find obsessively, you know what I mean? Like, you know what happens to me a lot, guys? I don't know if this happens to you, but I will like follow an influencer online or whatever, or there'll be somebody in the space that I will know for a while. Like, for example, you ready? It was like, I found out Luke Beasley was gay, like, I don't know, 2 weeks ago. Here in chat, you guys told me that Luke Beasley was gay, okay? I've been following Luke Beasley and watching his videos and shit for 2 years, okay? And I never once even like contemplated or thought about what his sexuality was or wasn't. And then a week ago, I find out that he's gay. I had no idea. I never even like, it just never occurred to me to think if somebody is gay or not gay. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, dude, the same with Keith Edwards. I watched Keith Edwards for a year and a half before I knew he was gay. And like, because I don't ever think about somebody's sexuality, it just doesn't like register to me. I don't think about it. Or the other thing that'll happen is I have followed women online for like multiple years only to then find out years later that they're transgender. And I never knew it. You know why? Because they didn't spend all day just talking about being transgender. They're literally just living their fucking life, bro. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many trans people that aren't even like activists about being trans. They're just trans people. And you know what I mean? I'll follow somebody online and then a year later I find out, oh my God, she's trans. I had no idea. You know what I mean? And so the thing that is so bizarre about it is like I feel like they like walk around every woman they look at or every guy they look at, they got to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Like that is the first thing they do is like, are you straight? Are you gay? Right? What are you? What are you? And like, can I see it? You know what I mean? I don't know, dude. It's just so bizarre to me that like over the during my interactions with people, right? And like, I don't know, dude, that kind of stuff just doesn't matter to me. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know. It's like really weird. It's really weird. You say that they're embarrassed by being attracted to a trans woman. Yeah, I mean, maybe it is as simple as that. I mean, for me, like for me, it's, when it comes to the attraction thing, like I'm attracted to, plenty of straight women. I'm attracted to plenty of lesbian women. I'm attracted to cisgender women. I'm attracted to trans women. Like there's like all kinds of women that a whole host that I find attractive. And what's interesting about it though is I've never found like what their gender or sexuality has. It's like none of that has an effect on me. You know what I'm saying? Like if I don't know. It's just so weird. The whole gender like stress, I just don't experience at all. You know what I'm saying? Dude, why are you wondering about me getting pounded? I've never been pounded, guys. I don't have any desire to get pounded, right? I'm not really into anal sex. I think you would have to like, you know what I'm saying? Why are you envisioning a 56-year-old man having anal sex? You might want to look into that, people. All right, guys? Seriously, you might want to fucking address. Dude, I mean, I do have a prostate though, so it would probably feel good, but not really into that, boss. I mean, dude, to each their own, boss. Whatever works for you. Dude. Right? Dude, it's like, I don't know. Hey, man, you guys dare to dream. Dude. Oh, shit. Dude, I think some people have some crushes. I mean, it's understandable, dude. I'm a sexy beast. I get it. Right? It's all right. I'm not going to hate you. I'm not going to hate you for being attracted. I get it. Dude, yeah. I mean, dude, if you're into that shit, I say get into it. Dude, I say get into it. I'm not really into the being penetrated. Seems I don't know. It seems a little invasive in my realm, right? Not really my thing, boss. But I do know some dudes though who enjoy that for sure, man. I do. I know a lot of guys who are very into that. You know what I'm saying? Dude, and I say like more power to you. I think for all of us, whatever you're into you should fucking get into it. You know what I'm saying? You'd be the talk of CPAC, I guess. Dude, I'm telling you this, guys. If I were gay, I would not be like in the closet. I don't think there's any functional use of like, being closeted. I mean, for me, I'm not really like a pretend sort of guy. 𝗙𝗽𝗀 says, "What's good, boss? Hope all is well. Pulled nomination papers for state legislature Friday. Planning on running against a MAGA extremist this November." Oh, shit. Dude, 𝗙𝗽𝗀, you're going from city council to state, boss. Let's go. Oh, shit, dude. Dude, 𝗙𝗽𝗀's like working his way up the political ladder. Let's go. Well, first off, Victor, I don't know what you're talking about there, but there's no such thing as transgenderism, okay? It's not an ism, you know what I mean? I really don't like that word, right? Transgenderism. There's no ism, guys. You know what I mean? There are simply transgender people, okay? And I mean, if you talk to any transgender people, you will see that there is no unifying fucking code or belief system among them. Like, they're just such a wide fucking range of human beings. Dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's so weird. And I guess to them, it's like, if you acknowledge the existence of trans people, you're like the ism. But dude, they're fucking brain dead. You know what I mean? It's like, is there blondism? Right? People dye their hair blonde. Does that mean there's blondism? Right? A whole bunch of people with brown hair decide they're going to go blonde because they're suffering from blondism. Okay? Our television is programming them with blondism. How dare we? Dude, they're grooming your kids to be blondes. I mean, it's so stupid. It's just a trait. You know what I mean? It's a genetic trait, you know, right? We all have a bunch of genetic traits. And like, you know, dude, it's so weird. Yeah, like saying there's menism and womanism or straightism and gayism and like, you know, I mean, dude, it's like so dumb. Epsteinism. I mean, I will say this though, you know, somebody with the Epsteinism comment, I saw something online where somebody said America is a Christian nation or whatever, a nation of Jesus. And I said, no. I'm like, America is a nation of pedophiles. Like, we are at this point. We have to say that like we're pretty much a nation of pedophiles. We are not a nation of Jesus by any shot. You know, you know what I mean? I mean, I feel like a nation of pedophiles feels more accurate at this point. Right? Dude, there is Trumpism. Well, yeah, there is Trumpism though. Like, but see, let's see though, why is there Trumpism? Like, what is the ism? Okay, because the ism is is about that ideology of like, you know, I don't know. It's like assimilation into a particular belief system. Okay, like what is Trumpism? Okay, Trumpism is that you believe Trump is a like above everybody and a kind of, you know, been protected by Jesus, right? You believe that everything outside your worldview is woke and dangerous, okay, right? You believe in certain tenets of immigration, that all immigrants are dangerous, right? You have certain views about transgender people. You have certain views, and yet Trump can break those viewpoints at any point, and you're like, yes, okay, right? We forget about that. You know what I'm saying? It is a belief system that, you know, it is very much a singular belief system, right? Anti-science, climate change doesn't exist, anti-intellectual, don't go to college, people who go to college shouldn't be trusted, right? Idiocracy. Not going to argue with that. You know what I mean? I mean, it is, there's even like a deity there. You know? But like, what's crazy about like the existence of trans people is there's not a belief system. I mean, even if you look at trans people, right? Like, even if you look at transgender people competing in sports, you could talk to 1,000 trans people and they wouldn't even have a singular belief system about how they themselves should be allowed to compete in sports, right? I mean, literally, there are plenty of trans people that, like, you know, see how trans people would compete in sports differently, right? Which is probably incredibly frustrating to the trans people that are trying to fight for their civil rights, you know what I'm saying? And that's true too. I think a lot of trans women aren't into sports, or maybe they are and they just, you know what I'm saying? They like, maybe they are and they just don't voice it. I don't know. I've just not really heard a lot of trans people in my life like making a big deal about sports. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's, you know what I mean? I mean, it's so weird because when you think about it, it was never really an issue. It wasn't. I don't think it was an issue until it got created as an issue. Okay, because the reality of the trans sports thing is transgender people competing in sports is not an issue because trans people were so adamant about participating in sports. It became an issue because a right-wing think tank discovered that talking about transgender women in sports and phrasing it as men and women's sports created a type of hysteria that galvanized them to look the other way while they attacked trans issues. Okay, the transgender sports issue was created by people who want to squash trans rights, and they found like, aha, this gets people like scared and allows us to advance the squashing trans rights issue. Because think about this, Riley Gaines made her entire career about transgender athletes in the NCAA, but like there were like 10 athletes out of 500,000. There was no huge thing. There was no like thousands of women were not losing scholarships. Nobody was like getting passed over. Nobody was getting like losing. It wasn't like all the women in the NCAA were losing out on medals because all the trans athletes were like taking over. There were 10 fucking athletes. Nobody even knew who they were, right? But the one athlete got tied for 5th with another athlete, and the shit hit the fan, right? Because once they started making a big deal and they got a reaction, they were like, oh, we're going to go into this. You know what I'm saying? But it has never been a transgender like issue. I have not seen transgender people running around being like, if we can't compete in sports, we're going to fucking burn the whole fucking country down. Like, you know what I mean? I've never heard, every time I hear that issue is coming from a cisgendered person who's trying to like eradicate trans rights. Always. Like, or a fucking bot. You know what I'm saying? Dude, it's like so dumb, you know? That's what's so crazy about it. It is literally an issue. It is a cisgendered issue, right? It is. It is a cisgendered issue. Dude, it's like, what are you even talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the fucking, I don't know. I feel like the trans, one of the, you know, primary trans issues is them being able to like, you know, have a job without somebody coming in and getting them fired for being trans, or being able to have access to medicine and healthcare without being denied. You know what I'm saying? Or being able to fucking use the bathroom, right? Without somebody fucking like backing them into a corner and calling the fucking cops on them. Yeah, no, Natalie, that'd be a great time to look at that clip. You know, it's just so fucking stupid, this shit. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, this is her opportunity to look forward to introducing a trans Bill of Rights. All right, dude, I like this. I like this idea. Dude, Nancy Mace, yeah. Dude, if you go to, I'm telling you guys, if you guys go to DC, you know, there's an urban legend right now that if you go to the bathroom in Washington, DC, this is the last thing you see before you go to the bathroom in DC, right? Is this, right? It's an urban legend. Yeah. Yeah. You know, that's funny, Brett, is you're right. They don't speak about like trans like men in sports. But what's crazy about it is they I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know why, you know, like Mac Beggs is one of the fucking, you know, the one that comes to mind, right? She's a trans man who wanted to compete with the men, and they wouldn't let him. And so he just fucking dominated, like won the Texas fucking state championship in wrestling by like just obliterated all the female fucking athletes, and was like, you know, I wanted to be competing against the men, but Texas forced him to compete against the girls, and so he just decimated them, right? And you know, and or the other one is Skylar, right? Skylar Baylor, who was a swimmer and Division I, I believe, really good swimmer, but they never mentioned anything about him either. You know, it's like, dude, it's like so bizarre, right? It's so bizarre, right? All right, you ready? Let's look at Pramela's. Dude, how do you say her last name? Is it 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪? 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪? Is it 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪? I always fucking like fuck up on the name. Yeah. See the Natalie, that's funny that you said is job discrimination protections. That was the first thing I mentioned. It's 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪. Yeah. That was the first thing I mentioned, Natalie, was the job discrimination, because the one thing it's 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪. Okay. 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪. Got you. Yeah. So that was the thing that really I think is the most nefarious issue, okay, facing transgender people it's like there's this thing that happens, right? Where a trans worker, a transgender person can be working their job, and at any given moment, like some like anti-trans person or MAGA person, whatever, can come in there and just say, you know, I don't know what it is about this person, but I don't like them, right? They'll like, you know, try to make the interaction seem like the trans person isn't being nice enough, or they get offended for no reason, or they're like, I don't know what it is about that person, but I have a problem with them. They're always right. You know what I mean? So like they're under a constant, like, you know, fear of the fact that they can get fired simply because a customer doesn't like them or is uncomfortable around them, right? If the customer expresses I have an issue, right? Whereas like with cisgendered people, like, we don't have that worry. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have that worry. You can go in there and you can be a total fucking dick, and somebody will be right. And your behavior is like, is not like overjudged. You know what I mean? Dude, let's go. Dude, Sinful, let's go. Membership, love you, Tommy. Enjoy the insight on BS. We live. I don't know if you're saying live there or live. Oh shit. Yeah, that's interesting too. I hadn't thought about that, Natalie. Like trans workers that aren't out, right? They get hired, but then they get outed. And then as soon as they get outed, all of a sudden it's like, oh, you were late today. You were 1 minute late. Now you're getting fired. That's interesting, because I bet like that's got to be really problematic too. You know, dude, it's like, it's just so, I mean, dude, it's such bullshit. dude. And now it's really bad. You know what I'm saying? It is really bad now, guys, because there is no, you know, if you get fired for being discriminated against, if you are trans or if you're a woman or if you're a person of color, like, you are not going to get any help from the government. The government is not going to protect your rights at all, and unless you're a white Christian, right? That's it. If you're not a white Christian, dude, nobody's going to protect your rights during the Trump administration. Oh, it's brutal. All right, let's watch 𝗙𝗪𝗑 here. All right, let's see. It is fucked up. Yes, that you're not wrong, Max. Let's see what she's talking about. I haven't heard about this yet, you know, but
too often when we discuss trans rights, we're on the defensive, discussing how to protect trans people from horrific Republican attacks and how to ensure that trans people can live authentically in our communities. Today, though, we are not on the defensive. We are looking forward with the Trans Bill of Rights. We are laying out a comprehensive vision to provide protections for transgender and non-binary people. A vision that ensures that every single person has a chance to thrive. A vision that says, you are us, you belong, and you are worthy as of the same rights as everyone. This bill supports amending the Civil Rights Act to ensure that trans people have the same rights and protections as all other Americans. It creates a level playing field where trans people no longer have to fight tooth and nail to get the same treatment as their cisgender friends. Creating inherent protections for trans people when it comes to schooling, housing, accessing credit and healthcare, expanding community services and mental health services for trans people is what it takes to ensure that trans people have full equality, where we can celebrate trans rights rather than fight for every single right at every turn.
Let's go. So, dude, do they actually have a bill? Right? They do, right? They have an actual bill. Dude, they do. Right? It is, what is it? And it's sponsored by Pramila Markey, Sarah Jacobs, and Mark Takano. Okay? The Transgender Bill of Rights. What is the fucking is it in they have a like, do they have a number for it yet? Oh, there it is. You got it. Let's see. So at 1058, okay? Got it. Right? Recognizing it is the duty the federal government to develop and implement a transgender Bill of Rights, codify the rights of transgender and non-binary people under the law, right? And so now it's in fucking committee. All right, let's go, dude. Dude, it's so crazy. Dude, let's go. It'll never pass the Senate. I mean, dude, I don't think with Mike Johnson in the House, I don't think it's ever going to make it to the House floor until we take the House back, right? You know what I'm saying? But to the reality is that most legislation, like nothing really passes the Senate anymore. You know what I'm saying? If it's not a reconciliation bill, dude, no legislation passes the fucking Senate. That's our current reality. You know, dude, it's crazy. Dude, seriously, I can't even think you know, it's insane that this bill is needed in 2026. I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm surprised, you know, I am surprised that, you know, I'm surprised that this is shit that's not automatically like ushered in. We need to keep pushing until it's an amendment. Dude, amendments, I mean, if you want amendments, right? You need, if you want amendments, you need state legislatures, right? I mean, everybody is like, that is in the back of everybody's head, right? I know it's in the back of the Republican heads, is trying to get state legislatures because, you know, it's so hard to add a fucking amendment in America. It's like so hard. Our Constitution is, I wish we could update it in some way, but I don't think we'll ever agree enough to do it. But it would be nice to have an updated Constitution. They made it so hard to update. And I would imagine like economic security should include job fucking protections. I mean, it better, you know, but I think this though, I think this is nice that they're like talking about it, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's nice that we're addressing that issue. It's nice to have some measure of discussion about like actual human rights issues instead of, you know, having all of our time be responding to some ridiculous attack from, you know, from the right wing. I mean, they are so ridiculous, dude. They are. Everything about them, everything about the right wing is so ridiculous. Dude, I like that they're tying it into the Civil Rights Act. You know? Dude, it's a lot of co-sponsors. There we go. There's my rep. Maxine, let's go. There won't be fair elections. I mean, guys, let me just tell you this. All right? Just about the election talk. I don't think there have ever been fair elections. Okay? Like, and what do I mean by that? Meaning that, like, the Republican election fuckery has been going on for a long time, boss. Okay? You know what I'm saying? It really has. Like, you know, whether it is heavily gerrymandered state level maps, right? Or the closing of precincts. I mean, my God. You know what they do? Every election, they close like all of the precincts in the minority areas and they make people of color drive 20 miles, stand in line for 12 hours. Then they recently passed those laws where you can't give people water or whatever, right? I mean, there has just been an onslaught. They spend all of the off season trying to remove people from rolls or making some obstacle or barrier to get registered to vote. I mean, the fuckery from the Republican Party has always, that's what they've been doing for the last 20 years, I feel like. You know, and then the Democrats have done things like mail-in voting, which combats that because then you can vote from home, you can early vote, you don't have to worry about fucking, you know, your precinct getting closed down. I mean, you know, it's been a constant. But we should look at the Kristi Noem comment, dude. I like this though. I want to see how this gets out of committee. You know what I'm saying?
Often when we discuss,
I hope that gets out of committee, right? And I'm curious to see when we see more about this, right? More about 1058. But yeah, let's look at the Noem comment because obviously the Noem comment got a lot of people sort of rattled, as it should, because this comment is like way out of pocket. Okay, it is like way out of pocket what she says here. Again, the phrasing, guys, the phrasing is so, you know what I mean, is so outrageous. Now, I believe DHS lost their funding. I think they shut it down. Okay. Funding for DHS lapsed and the agency is shut down. Yes. Yes. Fuck you, Kristi Noem. Ah. Right? Let's go. Dude, let's go. Shut her down, baby. Shut her down. Right? And yeah, I mean, I think they should keep it shut down. Dude, screw it. Okay? Screw it. Dude, we can keep DHS shut down for a while, boss. Okay? Fuck it. Right? Shut her down. Shut her down, boss. They can go ask ICE for some money, right? They can start a GoFundMe if they want money, right? I hear Give, Send, Go does wonders. Kristi Noem, you fucking weirdo. Dude, you ready? But all right, let's watch this clip, because this was obviously the clip that was resonating today.
And elections is another one of those critical infrastructure responsibilities that I have as well. And I would say that many people believe that it may be one of the most important things that we need to make sure we trust is reliable, and that when it gets to election day that we've been proactive to make sure that we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to lead this country through the days that we have, knowing that people can trust it. And
dude, have the right people voting and electing the right leaders to lead this country. The fuck does that mean, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck does that mean? Laser says, I'm on a delay, so forgive me, but dude, you found out 𝗏𝗡𝗎𝗍 was gay like 7 months ago. You remember it? What's your opinion on death metal? Let's go! I don't really have an opinion on death metal. I mean, I don't like it, but whatever. But 7 months ago, all right. It felt like a week ago, boss. I don't remember the day, but it wasn't that long ago, right? Dance party? Oh, yeah, we can do a dance party goal. Let's go. Let's do it. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Dude, we're doing it in 30 and 30. Bring it on, boss. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, I love how, like, Laser has it all clocked. Laser's got my time schedule. Dude, I really think it was like a week ago, actually. Right? I disagree with your time schedule. No, it probably was 7 months. But dude, in the day of Donald Trump, 7 months feels like 1 week. Right? It does. Dude, let's go. Let's go. All right, dude, Ella, let's go. LFG. Dude, let's go. Jet Soul first. So close. Dude, you were so close. Dude, her face does not move. Dude, Laser's got the planner all mapped out with key dates. Yes. Dude, all right, let's go. Dude, Laser's going to be my administrative assistant, right? I love it. All right, let's go, dude. But yeah, see, here's the thing. Here's what I don't like about this. Kristi Noem looks like Roger from American Dad. Let's go, wild card. I don't know what American Dad is. Right? What happened is 𝗏𝗡𝗎𝗍 getting homophobic attacks. No, the reason we were talking about 𝗏𝗡𝗎𝗍, Natalie, was in the beginning. I was talking about how today I interacted with some transphobic people online, and how I was saying how I never think about like sexuality or gender, that like I'll watch somebody for, you know, like I watched 𝗏𝗡𝗎𝗍 for the better part of 2 years. Before I found out he was gay. I never knew he was gay. I never knew Keith Edwards was gay for like a year, right? Or I will follow like trans women online and I find out they're trans like a year after I first discover them, because I never think about that shit. I don't like, when I see people, I don't think, are they straight? Are they gay? Are they trans? It just never occurs to me to like worry about it, right? Because it's just, you know, then you find out and you're like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I don't know. But the MAGA people seem to like, that's the first thing they need to know is like what you got in your pants and how you like to like participate, right? Dude, E.T. Noem home. Let's go, Korg. Dude, Punk's got no gaydar. I mean, dude, I only turn my gaydar on when, you know, when it appears like somebody's closeted, right? Like, I don't even turn on the gaydar unless the person is anti-LGBTQ. Then we turn the gaydar on, right? That's what we do is if they're a zealot, then we turn it on and are like, start like examining their motives, right? Dude, let's go. Let's go, baby. Dude, Lindsay's a real sweetheart. But so anyway, this comment is obviously a pretty big deal, right? Make sure we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to lead this country. Now here's what's so loaded about this, guys, is we know exactly what she's fucking saying, right? Because they're trying to make it have some sense of plausible deniability. But like, give me a fucking break, okay? To Kristi Noem, a Democrat leading this country is not the right leader, okay? I mean, everything about the SAVE Act, everything about their whole voting process is trying to get, you know, minorities and women to not vote. That's what they want. They want minorities and women to not vote. And they want white Christians to vote. Okay? Period. That's their whole goal. Those are the right people to them. That's it. White Christians. But dude, the way she says it, she is so smarmy.
And elections is another one of those critical infrastructure responsibilities that I have as well.
See, first off, dude, Homeland Security, what the fuck do they have to do with elections, bro? Like, you know, what is she even talking about, right? You got Homeland Security working on elections, right? They got DNI fucking like sifting through Georgia ballots. Like, dude, these guys are way out of their fucking depth, okay? There is no Homeland Security in elections. Hold on here. Dude, because I mean, I guess they have added an election security page. Okay. Right. So, but the thing about this though is Homeland Security would be, I think they would be, if they were involved in protecting elections, it would be protecting it from foreign interference, wouldn't it? You know what I'm saying? Like, that seems to me how they would be involved, right? But they have definitely like shifted to that. I wish I could see, like, I'm trying to see, like, if we could get some information about this. I mean, I found a little circular from DNI about, you know, the agency's roles and responsibilities in U.S. elections. But, like, I can't tell if this was made after Trump got elected, right? Or I don't know what the role was prior to Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on, I want to see something here. All right, let me see here. Ready? We're going fucking large here, guys. Going large. So here, you ready? So look, if you look at it, check this out. So the Department of Homeland Security played a minimal role in elections until January of 2017, okay, right? When it was, right, I guess it started ramping up in 2016 when they were investigating Russian interference. And then in 2017, right, DHS started getting involved. They started considering voting systems, voter registration databases, and polling locations as government facilities. Okay, right? And like becoming more active in the role. That's really interesting. So this whole DHS role, right, is like ushered in with the it kind of ushered in with Trump, okay? I mean, because there was a lot of Russian fuckery in the 2016 election, the hacked emails, meetings with Russians in Trump Tower, the paying off of the porn star and hiding it, et cetera, okay? A lot of like misinformation campaigns. And so that's when Homeland Security started being more aware. And then as soon as Trump got in office, they of course capitalized on that, but then they stopped investigating Russia collusion. And then it became more about, how can we fucking fix this shit? Right. And then of course he got smoked. Right. Which is so obviously, I mean, that's what's so crazy. Right. That like how he thinks the 2020 election got stolen, but like it was his term, dude. He was in office. How'd that shit get stolen, dude? Give me a fucking break, bro. Like, so ridiculous. Dude, shit is so, it's so dumb. I mean, their shit doesn't hold water. And of course, yeah, like obviously they clearly have to work on these stolen elections right after Trump wins. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, if we could steal the election, we all know that Trump would not be in office right now. If there was any possibility of us stealing an election, that dumb motherfucker would not be shitting his pants in the Oval Office as we speak. Okay? There's, I mean, that's what's so ridiculous about their narratives, right? Their narratives are like, oh, you steal the election, but like, dude, you just won, right? You steal the elections, but like, homie, you guys control all three branches of government. So obviously we don't steal elections. If we stole elections, what did we give you all three branches of government? Right? They're passing all this crazy election integrity shit right after they win all three branches. Like, it's such a huge problem that they literally just won everything. And that's how bad, like, dude, it just doesn't make any sense. It's like there's been no murders. So now we're coming out with 600 anti-murder bills because we've got to make sure there's no murders. But bro, there weren't any murders. Doesn't matter. There could be. Someday in the future, there could be. Dude, it's such fucking bullshit, but man, this comment though, the right people voting. Now, here's the thing that I wonder though, were there questions at this press conference? You know what I'm saying? If like, this is what I You know what I'm saying? This is what I don't like. What I wonder about here was, did any of you watch this press conference? Were there questions? Did any reporter ask her, what do you mean by the right people electing the right people voting? So you mean if they elect a Democratic leader, is that electing the right people? Right? Were there questions or not? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think it was a response to a question, but I wonder if there was a follow-up, you know?
And elections is another one of those critical infrastructure responsibilities that I have as well. And I would say that many people believe that it may be one of the most important things that we need to make sure we trust is reliable, and that when it gets to election day that we've been proactive to make sure that we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to lead this country through the days that we have, knowing that people can trust it. And election.
Dude, that statement right there is batshit. Dude. You know, but I want to see a fucking follow-up there. You know, I feel like that response really needs some questions answered. You know, the right leaders, right? The right people voting, electing the right leaders so everyone can trust it. Dude, she is that the presser? All right, let's look at it. Let's see what we got here. Let's find it, dude. We're going to get into the transcript and oops. There it is. There it is. All right. We'll go back a minute, see what we got.
According to law, the authorities that are under this department is maintaining our critical infrastructure, which means it's my job to make sure that our electrical grid is sustained and intact and operational, that we ensure that we protect our cybersecurity. Any kind of manipulation or threats we face on anything that is said or done on the internet is my responsibility. Our water systems, making sure that people have the water that they need for their communities to live and take care of their families. And elections is another one of those critical infrastructure responsibilities that I have as well. And I would say that many people believe that it may be one of the most important things that we need to make sure we trust is reliable, and that when it gets to election day that we've been proactive to make sure that we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to lead this country through the days that we have, knowing that people can trust it. That's why you're here. For me, I do press conferences because I want to be transparent and let you ask questions and have conversations. But I hope that you do recognize that in the past, your state has been an absolute disaster on elections, that your leaders have failed you dramatically.
Dude, where is she? Where is she? Your state, right? What state is she in, right? Do we know what state she's in? Dude, she is a disaster, bro.
By not having systems that work, by disenfranchising Americans who wanted to vote, that had to stand in lines for hours because machines failed or software failed. There's no state that could use more improvement than Arizona.
Oh, she's in Arizona.
And you should be asking all of your leaders what they're doing to fix the system. What are they doing to make sure that individuals in this state can trust that their vote is going to be taken, that it's going to be counted, and that it's going to matter to make sure the right people are in charge?
Dude, like, to make sure the right people are in charge. See, that's just it. Dude, what the fuck is she even talking about, dude? This is about, like, they're all tweaked out about Kari Lake, right? Is that what it's about? I think that's what it's about. The right leaders are in charge. Dude, T-minus 13:30. All right. Dude, we need fucking 26 in fucking 13 minutes. So we got to fucking hammer away. Let's get the dance party. Dude, she is crying. Dude, Kari Lake has lost like every election. She is the biggest loser out there. I don't even know what she's talking about in Arizona. Like, Arizona's like a red state for the most part, except for Ruben Gallego, right? You know what I mean? Dude, she's so hideous. Dude, Kristi Noem is so hideous. All right, we got a hunker. Dude, we're going to pause. We're going to fucking, I mean, it has to be about Noem, about Kari Lake, right? Because she lost to the Secretary of State, right? Or no, she lost to Gallego. Didn't she run for governor too? Didn't she lose for both? Dude, Pinky, let's go. Was it governor that she ran for the first time? Dude, she's a disaster. FTT, let's go West Coast. Let's go, baby. We got this. Something happened to your internet? All right. Dude, Pam is made of Bondi. Dude, Noem, dude, she's so gross, dude. She is. They're worried about Arizona. Yeah, no, this is about Kari Lake, okay? They thought they were going to have Kari Lake installed, and she's been crying about it. Keep pushing for progress. We will, boss. We're going to get it. Let's go, James. Thank you, boss. All right, let's go. 23-11. We got this. We're making it happen. Dance party incoming. Dance party imminent. She looks like she smells really bad. All right. Dude, the thing about her is like, she's grimy, dude. LFG, Lucy Lou's mom, let's go. She is grimy. That's what I think of when I think of her. She's like grimy with like a $400 manicure. Pine Box dance party, let's go. Thank you, Pinky. Dude, I'm serious. You look at Kristi Noem, that's what she is. She is grimy with like a $400 manicure, right? She is. She's like so grody, but she always has like the crazy manicure. She is humping her chief of staff, right? She is humping her chief of staff is who she is, right? It's her adulterous relationship. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Dude, we got 21 in 10. 21 in 10, baby. 21 in 10. We got this. We got it. We got it. We got it. Get it? Dude, somebody's talking about shankers. Dude, Jesus. Oh, shit. Let's go. Dude, I'm not going to think about Kristi Noem's Shankers. Right? That would be a good band name, though, right? Kristi Noem's Shankers. Her chief of staff is Corey Lewandowski, right? I have not seen the Vance vote. We'll look at that. We're going to fucking make sure that we get, we're going to dial in the dance party. Dance party secured. Josiane, I miss competent, boring government leadership. Yes, don't we all? Here we go. 10. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, we got this. I too miss competent government leadership. I miss, you know what I miss? I also miss Ella. Let's go. I miss government leadership that isn't so like one-sided. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing that I have a problem with beyond the chaos. Like, obviously the chaos, but the thing that's really shitty is now this whole government is like, they're only governing MAGA people, and everybody else, they're like, you can fuck directly off. And so, as partisan as the Democrats are, and we are very partisan in our beliefs, but I feel like when we govern, we don't govern from a partisan, from a partisan position. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the Democrats always try to elevate and uplift and bring life to those red areas that have been hit by, factories leaving or Walmart rolling in or the data centers destroying the environment. Like, we are constantly trying to help the red areas of the country because we know you have to build up the broken areas for the prosperity to really take. But they, not only are they not, governing for both sides, they're actively trying to harm the economies in every blue area. They're literally trying to destroy the blue areas. And it's like, fuck you, bro. We pay all the goddamn bills. Du laissons le bon temps rouler. Happy Mardi Gras. All right. I miss not having to see Kristi Noem's face. Yeah, Jen, you and me both, right? We all wish Krusty would fucking go away. Krusty the Gnome. Dude, she just looks beat, though, dude. She is beat. Dude, all right, 17-6. All right, we got a crank now, baby. Let's go. Let's get it. Obama wore a tan suit. Obama, yeah, he wore a tan suit, and he used the tanning bed one too many times for the MAGA's taste, right? Obama? Dude, the Annie up, punks. Let's go, Pinky. Dude, Kristi Krust. Let's go, dude. The Krusty Kreme. Ella, thank you, boss. Dude, everybody, we're heading down to Krusty Kreme Donuts, right, to go get a lobotomy and some tights. Let's go. Dude, she is so gross. She is, dude. Kristi Noem, she's gross. All right, we're halfway there. Halfway to Krusty Kreme. Krusty Poopy Pants Gnome. Oh, shit. Dude, Krusty Gnome. Mannequin face. Dude, she has good nails, though. All right, 15. Oh, shit. Let's go. Halfway. What do we got? Dude, we are, oh, my God, 5 minutes. Down to the wire, boss. Here we go. We're going to see this through. 14. If anyone is a lizard person, it's her, bro. Dude, she is something, boss. She is she kind of reminds me of a ferret, actually, if I'm going to be honest. She reminds me of a ferret with 17 pounds of makeup on her face. Abolish Krusty Gnome. Let's go, Nameless. I'm into it. We're into it. We're down. We're going to abolish the gnome. Dude, doesn't she seem like a ferret? I feel like she's got ferret genes. Don't be rude to ferrets. Ed, I cannot protect the ferrets from my humor. All right, 444, baby. 13 away. We got this. Let's go. Krusty Kremes. Dude, everybody get your Krusty Kreme donut. It comes with you get a side of the Corey Lewandowski glazing. Do you want the Lewandowski glaze on your Krusty Kreme donut? Dude, Paula, let's go. Oh, ew. Ooh, dude. Said she smells like a ferret. Dude, let's go. She's got Noriega's complexion. Dude. Oh, shit. Dude, she is something else. All right, 4 minutes. 11-4. We got this. Piece of cake. Dance party securing incoming. Dude, she kills dogs. She does. Dude, Ozempic guys. Let's go, Nameless. Appreciate you, boss. Dude, she's definitely been on the Kim Guilfoyle, sort of the dark. That's what happens to MAGA. They all get that Elvira vibe going in, right? They go in like sunny and perky, and they come out like grizzled. Partay. Let's go, John. Appreciate you, boss. LFG, we got to continue to troll these people. We will, Jen. We will. Let's go. All right, 3 minutes. 8-3. We got this. I want to make sure I haven't missed any. Nope. We're good. All right, let's go. Dude, Pinky. Let's go. Musical instrument time. Let's go. All right. So I'm curious if there are questions. I think there are. I think it looks like people are asking questions, or maybe they're not. Dude, did she go visit? She went to Arizona to like meet up with the TPUSA fools, didn't she? All right, 2 minutes. Down to the wire. 7-2. Here we go. Here we go. Always down to the wire. Yeah, I don't think she actually fields questions. Doesn't look like she does. And they did fire a pilot. Brown Bird, let's go, baby. Appreciate you, boss. Pony up punks, let's go, Nick. All right, there we go. 6 more. Here it comes. Minute 51. Oh, man, dude. We are so close. Minute 51. There we go. 5 left. James, let's go. The final 5. Oh, shit. 1 minute. Down to the wire. Down to the wire. Why her blanket? Yes, her blanket got left behind. And they fired the pilot. And then I think they had to rehire the pilot or something, because otherwise they didn't have anyone to fly them. They were then stuck. Right? Oh, shit. Here we go. One minute. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. 4. Woo, Biggie. All right. 4 left. 4 left. Oh, shit. 54. 53. 3 left. Did you bring your hula hoop? You got it. Oh, there's 3 of the 4. Dude, Josie Ann, let's go. Are there any non-sociopaths in the cabinet? I don't know that there are. Oh, shit, dude. FTD-TA? FTD-TA? I don't know what that means, dude. I like it. Dude, Ella, let's go. Dude, John Robinson, cool. Let's go. There it is. Bing, bang, boom. Goal. All right, let's see if she takes questions. And then we can look at the blanket. Yeah, she left a blanket behind. Dude, and they're like freaking out. Something. All right, let's go. Dude, we did it. Looks like we made it. Her binky? All right.
Yes. Right over here? Yes.
In Arizona, we already require proof of citizenship to register to vote, but we also allow members of our tribal nations to use their enrollment documents to vote. Under the SAVE Act, they wouldn't be able to do that.
The tribal IDs are recognized. Tribal IDs.
But most tribes don't have tribal IDs, not with photos and places of birth.
There's many different options that can be used. Now remember, the SAVE Act only says that you need to prove your citizenship when you register to vote. It does not say that you have to prove your citizenship and able to go and vote.
No, it says, though, you have to prove your citizenship every time you move, okay? It is fucked up.
When you go vote on that day, you need to have a photo ID. And many times in Arizona here, you do have that requirement on your voter rolls. However, I understand that you need to go back and clean up your voter rolls. We have a program through the Department of Homeland Security that's called the SAVE program that your Secretary of State and your governor can use today to clean up voters on your rolls that shouldn't be there. Maybe people who've passed away. People
Dude, they just want to get rid of all the Democrats. Dude, she's such a scumbag.
that aren't citizens, people that don't live here.
How, though, how was that reporter's question? Like, why was the first question not, what the fuck did you mean by make sure the right people vote and elect the right leaders? Like, define what the right leader is, right? How is that not the first question? I mean, I get the question about the tribal people because they're not going to be able to vote because the SAVE Act's going to make it so now tribal people don't have the right IDs. And that's what they're doing. The SAVE Act is going to hit women, especially poor women. It's going to hit people of color. It is going to hit like older voters. You may have noticed, guys. I don't know if you noticed in 2024, but did you see what happened? Older voters swung Democratic. Older voters did. This was the first time in a while that the older voters swung Democratic because they're watching the fucking country they helped build get gutted by Donald Trump. And so then now the SAVE Act is going to disproportionately make it harder for older voters to vote. Of course, but older voters, people of color, women, and native populations are all going to get devastated by this thing. Dude.
Here, and that would make sure that in your next election, when people are casting their votes, they know they're voting for the right decisions, and that those votes are counted, and they're counted appropriately, and someone else didn't get to weigh in on their leadership.
Someone else didn't get to weigh in on their leadership. What does that mean? What is she fucking talking about?
Last one.
Regarding the El Paso airspace closure, confirm that CBP actually hit a party balloon that it thought was a drone with a laser.
Yeah, what Natalie says too. Yeah, all the trans people are going to get disenfranchised as well.
Early this week, as it was
It's fucked up.
And if that is true, why wasn't the action coordinated with the FAA?
You know, this was a joint agency task force mission that was undertaken, and we're continuing to work on the communication through that, but recognize we're grateful for the partnership of the Department of War and the FAA.
Dude, yeah, where they shot down a party balloon. Dude, they're so dumb, right? Dude, Hegseth, I know the mission that like you like what? You collaborated with a drunken fucking agency head, so you guys shot down the balloon at a gender reveal party, thinking
As we go forward.
dude,
Thank you.
it's a boy.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Dude, that was it? That was it? They took 2 questions? Like, are you shitting me? She came in and she talked about bullshit, and then they took 2 fucking questions? Bro, that is some horse shit, boss. Right? Come in and like, what was even this press conference? Are there any comments down here? Dude, she needs to be under oath. What about puppy security? Dude. Oh my God, dude. Blanket. Oh, she's getting roasted in the comments. Yeah, see, here's the thing though. This is the thing that is problematic. You ready? Is this right here? I feel like this comment really hits on it. Is the number one thing, okay? The number one thing about this SAVE Act, guys, why they're trying to cram it through is because of this, right? Like this person says, isn't it a little late to be changing the rules with primaries coming up? But that's just it, guys. They, like, when you think about it, primaries, when do primaries start, guys? Primary starts when? Dude, March 3rd is when the primary starts. March 3rd. Guys, that is fucking... Dude, that's like 17 days, bro. Dude, like, how can they pass? You know what I mean? Like, what are they talking about? How can they fucking pass any type of, you know, how can they pass any type of voter legislation in the middle of an election year? This is ridiculous, okay? You know what I'm saying? The fucking, right? This is totally redonkulous. So they're trying to pass an election bill after the primaries have already started. And the point being, though, is if they change the rules in the middle, they can create chaos, okay? And I think that's their role more than anything, guys, is to create some type of chaos so then they can go, aha, election impropriety, right? Because what they really want more than anything is to dispute to find like disputable election impropriety, and then it will excuse another rash of like, right? They have to create a problem in order to create a problem that they can fix. But like, dude, if they were going to pass this bill, guys, this should have happened last year. Okay? This, if instead of their tax cuts, this should have been the thing they did last legislative session. Okay? You do it in 2025. You do it in an odd numbered year. You're not going to adjust the election rules during a primary year. It's like, fuck that. This is fucking bullshit. Okay? This whole thing is horseshit. Primaries fucking start in 17 goddamn days, boss. You know what I mean? And I mean, some of these, I think they already started, right? Because, oh no. No, it's like, dude, it's outrageous, bro. If it does pass, won't it end up in court? I mean, I'm sure it will. You know what I mean? I'm sure it will. Yeah, no, the Republicans are getting slaughtered. But I think, though, I mean, I think they're going to try to get ICE. They're going to try and get an election squad. They're going to try to militarize the polling places. That's what I think. I mean, you know, obviously Trump had that little statement about like whether Congress passes this or not, we're going to have voter ID. And dude, Trump can eat a dick. But dude, most everywhere has voter ID. I mean, if you look at this, we look at voter identification by state. Let's look at this, okay? So, like, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's like 12 states that have no voter ID. You know what I mean? I mean, what is there even, like, you look at it. I mean, most of these states have photo IDs required, right? Most of the states have some form of voter photo ID on the day of. It's like they're making a ridiculous, this is a non-issue. You know? It is a non-issue. Dude, fucking shit is zonked, bro. Says photo ID is required, but workarounds exist, right? And it says the workaround is affidavit, oath, declaration, signature matching, and others. So I think, I wonder, do you guys have mail-in? Okay, because if you have mail-in, I think they consider that to be the workaround, that if you use mail-in, you're not showing your ID, you're doing a signature matching. But dude, that signature matching is so good. Dude, my son got pinged for his signature because his signature had changed like 2 years after he registered. He registered at 18 in high school, and 2 years later, his signature was a little different, and he had to prove his identity, right? And so I think that's what they are like livid about. But guys, I think the signature matching is more effective than the photo ID. Because I mean, how hard is it to get a fake ID? It's not hard, guys. It is not hard to get a fake ID. Dude, I had one. Are you kidding me? It's like easy as shit, boss, to get a fake ID. And now you can get them that even pass the fucking the scanner. They make them so well. You know what I'm saying? It's like getting an ID that will pass the UV light and the fucking, they can scan the barcode. It is like so easy, bro. Like, okay, you pass your big voter ID. You think if people wanted to cheat, they can't get fake IDs? Like, what world are these people living in? They're always like paper ballots. Oh, you think paper ballots can't disappear or have extra ballots like show up or whatever. Like, dude, it's like, you know, there's no election system that is impervious to manipulation. You know, I think paper ballots might be the easiest to manipulate. I feel like mail-in ballots where their signature matching are kind of the way to go. You know? I think. Dude, this shit, though. This is some horse shit. All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom, though. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to we got to look at some Epstein. Okay? Dude, we got to look at the Epstein, baby. All right? We're going to get it. We're going to get it. Epstein. 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 I will drown in pink nothing. Here's my ID, Donnie. Right there. I got 2 of them. Yeah, 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 yeah. 'Cause I will drown in pink. It is a good shirt, isn't it? Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, we'll watch JD Vance too. Oh, oh, oh. All right, I'll be right back.
Can I make something good out of this? Can I make something good out of this? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? You could be late, you could be true, you could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong, and I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. Can I make something good out of this? Can I pretend that something is missing? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? You will be late, you could be too, you could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong, and I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. professions, always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention. You never will. I will overanalyze and fall victim. My venom lowers. Time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will. 'Cause you depend, so you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. Just wanna be free, yeah. Free, yeah. Free, yeah. Hey, I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around. I'd rather
go.
be found. It gets better. I wonder my pleasure
Together, everyone's. I had to take a Trump. Anticipated. Now I'm gonna eat some candy. You.
I will never be alone again.
Let's go. Stop the stupidity. Thank you, James.
My heart's
Let's go, Watch.
You're radiant truth.
I know that you will understand.
Because I finally
Found myself.
my heart's unbreaking.
You're radiant. Let's go. I'm going back here. Let's go. Dude, check it. Dude, Stop the Stupidity got it fucking rear-ended. Got in a car wreck. That's fucking brutal. Hope they're doing better. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's look at the Vance clip. Vance being an idiot. All right, so what do we got? We got JD Vance. He's not sure if he's supposed to go vote yes or no. Oh my God. Dude, how? How is it, right? How is it that these guys are so dumb? This is what I don't get, guys. Because MAGA, they spend so much time talking about competence and DEI, didn't earn it. Oh, you got meritocracy, you got to be qualified. And then they literally can't fucking do anything right. Like even the simplest tasks, they are like fucking morons, bro. They are. They are like, sometimes I think there's a low grade CTE that infects all MAGA Republicans. They're like, it doesn't even matter if they have multiple degrees. All right, let's watch it.
50, the nays are 50, the Senate being equally divided. The Vice President votes. Affirmative, and the point of order is sustained. Gotta make sure.
Had to make sure. Guys, this is the vote that they have been talking about for like weeks. And he's like, oh, let me turn the mic off. How am I supposed to vote on this? Dude, I would have killed for these women to have given him the wrong piece of information. Wouldn't that have been amazing? Dude, what a dumbass, bro. Why is he out of breath? Is he out of breath? Like, is he just having a tug session or something? Was there like did somebody leave a picture of Donald Trump in the bathroom? Did somebody leave the sofa world catalog in the men's room? Right? Is that why he's out of breath, dude? Right? Seriously, somebody left like a West Elm catalog in the men's room, right? And he's like, oh. Dude. So he's like he's just all out of breath. He's like
50, the nays are 50, the Senate being equally divided. The Vice President votes. Affirmative, and the point of order is sustained.
Dude, did you even see here? Do you notice this woman held the button? Did you see how she muted his mic? He like pulled it down and right? Did you see that? Like this woman had the wherewithal because we would have heard their convo with him pulling the mic down like that because you can't just cover the mic with your hand. So she had to reach up and turn his mic off, dude. He didn't even know.
President votes.
She turns it off. Making sure, dude.
Affirmative, and the point of order is sustained. Gotta make sure. 50.
Had to make sure. Wow. Their big vote, homie, like, they're so dumb. These guys are so dumb, dude. He has no clue. He has no clue, right? Just none of them have any clue, man. They have no fucking clue, boss. All right? They don't. All right. They have no clue, guys. All right. None. They're just like completely spaced. All right, let's find some Epstein, shall we? Dude, they're like, I don't know, dude. It's like hard. I find it, I don't know about you, but I find it hard to deal with MAGA being like completely incompetent. If there were a meritocracy, all of them would be at the back of the line, okay? And yet, they walk around in this constant state of like, you didn't earn it, and you didn't earn it, and you didn't earn it, and you are like, not a meritocracy, you're asking for a handout. And they are the least competent people always. Like none of them, other than Marco Rubio, there's not one person in charge of an agency that should be in charge of an agency, right? Like Pete Hegseth, he has no experience and he's in there firing like 5-star generals and shit. And why is he firing them? Because he doesn't like, how they feel about social issues, right? This guy. And what does he do? He's like getting a manicure in his little, like, his little Fox News makeup station while he's yelling at generals and shit, And like, dude, it's just, it's pretty pathetic. It's pretty pathetic. And somebody said it. It's like the sense of entitlement combined. It's like entitlement combined with lack of skill. Okay? Right? It's like a lack of skill fuses with a sense of entitlement, and you have the most arrogant incompetence imaginable. That's really what it is, guys. It is like wildly arrogant incompetence. All right? Let's go. Dude, what do we got? What do we have to look at on the Epstein tip? All right, we were looking at Zorro Ranch. Is there anything in the file? You guys, you're going to have to lead me. I'm a little like out of the loop here today. I'm going to look in the Discord. We're going to see if we find anything in here that we need to cover on Epstein. Is there anything in particular that we need to cover? I suppose I've been looking a lot at Zorro Ranch. I don't know if we have anything new there. Yeah, no self-reflection. So here's the guy who bought it. I'm telling you guys, this 𝗪𝗡𝗍𝗏𝗏s guy is like, this guy is not normal, boss. I mean, look at this couple, bro. These are the people who bought the Epstein, the Zorro Ranch. That's Don 𝗪𝗡𝗏𝗏s and his wife. Okay. And as we covered yesterday, his son, Russell, is in Trump's cabinet. So these guys, the parents of Trump's cabinet member, bought this ranch. And yeah, man, they look like freakish. I know we're somebody said her hairline is nasty work. Dude, she's got that Harmeet Dillon hairline, right? I mean, it is kind of like, dude, it is wild. I mean, she looks a tiny bit like Nicole Kidman. If like Nicole Kidman got stuffed inside Stephen Miller's body, don't you see that with her? Doesn't she look like Nicole Kidman with Stephen Miller's fucking hairline, bro? Something is very wrong. I mean, are they fucking first cousins or what? Dude, was this like a sister wife scenario or what? But I'm serious. She looks like Nicole Kidman with a seriously fucked up hair. Dude, Nicole Kidman with the devil's hairline, bro. Jesus. What are we doing, bro? Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Dude, look up 𝗙SMO. He refers to a gynecologist who treats all Jeffries victims. Doctor works at Les Wexner's medical facility today. All right, let's go. Dude, 𝗙SMO. Oh, shit. 𝗙SMO is the software company in automotive solutions. Dude, what are we looking at? My 𝗙SMO is coming up with the software company. Dude, Nicole Kidman's eugenics clone birther. I mean, she looks a little like Nicole Kidman. I really see that. If you cover up her fucking head, right? If you cover up the top of her head, like, tell me that she doesn't look a little bit like Nicole Kidman's fucking, right? Right? And then you're like, whoa. Oh, shit, boss. Dude, please make my eyes go wide shut, bro. Woo! Oh, man. So that's the Huffines. These are the guys who bought Zorro Ranch. Dude, eyes shut tight. That's what it is, dude. Eyes shut tight. All right. I don't want to judge, but there's some shit going down with these. Now, I saw that some people were talking about this, about 𝗪, okay? Which is something that I guess that Don Huffines is into. Nicole Kidman's father. Oh, Jesus. That's crazy. So 𝗪 Group, all right? Huffines Enterprises Science and Technology, a venture capital firm focusing on biotech, okay? And Don Huffines and his son, who is in the Trump cabinet, is vice president. So guys, this is what people were freaking out with today, okay? Is I saw this and it's a little weird, okay? Because think about this set of circumstances, okay? Right? Think about this set of circumstances where we have reports, more than one report, guys, about Zorro Ranch. Let me pull up the Zorro Ranch here, okay? We're gonna take a minute here to just sit with this, okay? Because I'm bringing up my fucking Zorro Ranch image, all right? It's the picture I always bring up. I like this image. This is our guy. There's our Zorro Ranch, okay? Now, there's been talk about baby. Some of it seems fantastical, baby cloning, but there's been other talk of just, like tissue research, research on on, like, I don't know, could be stem cell, whatever. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein spent a lot of money in a lot of scientific areas. Okay. Epstein did. He was very into academia and very into like research of all kinds. He was very connected to the scientific community. He gave him a lot of money, guys. A lot of it. Okay. So Epstein went to all kinds of scientific conventions. He used to take girls with him. He would take Virginia Giuffre with him to like, Carmel or San Luis Obispo, California, to a science convention. And then he would, sometimes pawn her off on some of these guys. But he put a lot of money. Now, Epstein himself was not educated. He didn't have advanced degrees, but he was incredibly narcissistic. And he thought he was like as smart as the smartest people on the planet. Okay. He was one of those guys. And so then he bought his way into the rooms with the smartest, most, highest grade researchers on the planet. He gave them money to do research. Now, he also had this thing about, this eugenics idea. And with that narcissism, believing that he was kind of like some type of probably demigod or something. So he used to talk about wanting to sort of like populate a whole strain of like Epstein intelligent beings or whatever, right? I think he wanted to have a bloodline that was going to continue to advance his genius or something. Okay. I mean, it's like out there. Okay. It is. But regardless, I mean, the fact that he hung out with the researchers and shit is true. We know that. We know he used to have all these conversations with academics. We know he would go and give them money and go to their conferences and shit. That we know. Okay, now the rest is conjecture. Okay, we do know that he talked about like populating and he did talk about even having Virginia Giuffre carry babies for him and Ghislaine. Okay, so he had talked about like birthing and doing it in a surrogate sort of manner. Okay, now the conjecture around Zorro Ranch was multiple women who have been here, multiple survivors have said that there were underground, like tunnels and an underground surveillance area and just a rather extensive underground, complex here at this ranch, which I'll be honest, guys, I think with a lot of these billionaire types, I think underground tunnels and whatever spaces are not that uncommon. Okay. I really do. I think underground bunkers or whatever are getting pretty common with these sort of billionaire set people, right? But whether he was doing research, we don't know. Now, there are some like, I don't know, I hate to use the term, but there are some crazier survivors. Okay, there is the Juliet Bryant who says she woke up in a lab. She insists that she woke up in a lab in Zorro Ranch and that they were like experimenting on her, that they like drugged her and were experimenting on her. I see that. Put a link in Discord if you have a link to the gynecologist. Okay, so there are some survivors that are sort of a little bit on the fringe of the survivor landscape that have said that they've woken up and they were getting experimented on. I know that I think her name is Julianne Bryant or Juliet. Yeah, it's Juliet Bryant. Okay. This is the woman who says that she woke up and she was being tested on. Okay. Oops. All right, right here. And now she has not gotten a lot of mainstream press on this particular scenario. Okay. She has gone like Blair White had her on not too long ago. She tends to go, I think Owen Schroyer had her on. She's been featured on more of the InfoWars circuit. Okay, they are the people who have featured her talking about. She talks about some outlandish shit, guys. She says that she woke up and they were testing on her, that she woke up in a lab. But she also says shit that they were, you know, Jeffrey Epstein was a shapeshifter and things like that. And now I've had some interaction with this woman that, like, I don't know. I don't know what to make of this, because it's obvious that she was terrorized and has been abused, but I don't know, like, if a lot of the other shit she's talking about is accurate or not. She said some pretty outlandish shit, okay, about like the shapeshifter stuff was what definitely sort of lost me, okay? That sort of, you know, took me out of it sort of snapped me out of reality, okay? But there have been claims about Zorro Ranch, okay? There have. Okay, there have been claims about Zorro Ranch. And now here's one of the prime ones, guys, is this, okay? Is about the possibility of buried bodies, okay? So we have a number of claims that sort of loom over Zorro. Is the one, you have the people who say that, oh, they're medically testing, they're creating a race of babies, they're doing stem cell research, right? I saw somebody today online that was saying that Stephen Hawking was working in a lab with them trying to create transhumans or something. So there's that part, okay, where people are like, man, there's a medical facility under this place. And then there's a part about there were a couple of emails that were found that were talking about buried bodies, okay? This is a little less outlandish than the shapeshifter stem cell research in the basement talk. The possibility that some people were murdered and were buried out on this like vast property. Okay, so there's two different schools right now that are operating. School number one is like they're doing testing, they're trying to create babies. It's like the Matrix in there, right? And then school number two is not so much about that crazy shit, but they're like, I think there are some people buried there. I think there are some dead bodies on that land. And both of those schools are kind of now being elevated a little bit into the mainstream because of, you know, everybody's freaked out. Everybody's looking for answers. The documents they released have had some pretty outlandish claims of, you know, babies getting thrown overboard and all this crazy shit. So there's a lot going on. Now, let's address them separately, okay? Because let's look at the first one about like the Juliet Bryants and the people that say there's testing there, okay? You know what I'm saying? And so she is like way outlandish. Now, I personally, guys, I don't really buy into like the stuff that this woman says. And I'll tell you why, okay? I'll tell you why I have trouble fucking, like, again, I know she was traumatized. It is clear that she was abused and stuff, but like, I find a lot of her claims about shapeshifters and like the alien stuff to be a little like a little repetitive of the same sort of conspiracy. There's been a long time sort of satanic ritual, blood ritual thing that has been like it's tied into this concept that people are demons, okay? And then the demons are taking a human form so they can shape shift and they can like cross the time barriers or whatever because they're demons. They don't have to stick into this like linear time atmosphere or whatever, this linear time plane that we exist in. And now, like, I am fully on board, guys, with empaths and with people that are like tuning into like the shared energy that we all share, that like web of energy of, you know, commingling between all our electrons and protons. I totally get empaths. And I've worked with like somatic workers that move energy around in your body, or acupuncture helps move energy around in your body. I believe in the energy and stuff. I absolutely do. But when it gets into this like people being demons and they're shifting in and out of time and space planes and they're doing satanic rituals and all that, that's where I sort of tap out, you know, because those things are not very like, I don't know, they're like tropes, okay? They're like tropes that you know have long existed, okay? And they have long existed though to like, I don't know, they're like, I don't know, they have long existed as a mechanism to make money, really. I mean, it goes back to, you know, it was like part of the reason, it was like the satanic enemies were part of the reason how the churches sort of like took excuses to take power. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Saying there is no demon shapeshifter aliens is exactly what a demon shapeshifter alien would say, right? I know. You know, I mean, if we go back, guys, okay, the I don't know, that it's the tropey shit that is like really what sort of bothers me, okay? You know, and this has been, there's always been like some element of this going on for hundreds of years, okay? The satanic possession and the devil possession, and, you know, and I don't know, I don't find that stuff to be very believable, guys. You know what I mean? I don't. It doesn't, you know what I mean? I mean, it just doesn't. And I think part of this, you know what I think part of it is, guys, is that I've known a lot of empaths, okay? I have known a lot of empaths, guys, over my life, and I feel like, you know, if there were, you know, real shape-shifting going on, if there were like transmutations of the energy going on like that, I feel like the empaths would know about it. Like they would notice the activity, okay? And they don't. You know what I mean? Like, so this stuff just seems like pretty outlandish, okay? But guys, aside from that, aside from the shape-shifting and aside from the alien satanic rituals, okay, that doesn't preclude, right? That doesn't preclude that, like, there could be some kind of weird shit going on underneath this building, okay? There could be, you know, there could be some type of research. There could be some type of, you know, like outlandish, you know, there could be some type of technology being explored here. And let me just say this, guys. So there were some emails about the internet, okay? Right? About Zorro Ranch. Let me see if we can find them. Hold on. Let's go here to the fucking Gmail. Where is it? Give me a sec here. My shit is all frozen up. Oh. It must be one of these fucking windows. Hold on. The CERN stuff? What is the CERN stuff? Oh, there we go. All right. It's one of these fucking windows, bro. There we go. Yeah. I'm going to delete that one too. It's like the ad blocker or some shit. All right, so let me get in here. There was something. What was I going to do? What was I just talking about? The garden has some type of symbolic meaning. No, this right here, dude, that's a helipad, right? It's like that, right? That's where the helicopter landed, right there. You know what I'm saying? That's what, like, the reason why it's made like that is so you can see it, right? You know what I'm saying? It's designed like that so you can land a fucking helicopter there so you can see it from distance. That's why it's aimed. It looks like a fucking, like a crosshair or whatever, like in a gun sight. But yeah, the chopper, like a target. Yes, thank you. Right? But anyway, let me see if I can find the, hold on. Let me get, oh, I remember. All right, so here, you ready? Look at this. Let's pull in the Gmail here of Epstein's emails. Okay. And let's search Zorro Internet. So look at this. So this is what I thought was really interesting. Okay. Was that they're like, they had pretty extensive So what's interesting about this is look at this, okay? Their internet infrastructure for Zorro Ranch, okay? This is what I noticed, okay? Is that they had a very extensive, look at this, 15 meg will be the max service, okay? It is right. They were like laying cable and so here's what was interesting about this, guys. Okay, is the amount of emails related to him getting like this crazy fast internet to Zorro Ranch was what I thought was a little unusual. Okay. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I get it that he has enough money and shit, but like, look at this. So they were like talking about having a 15 meg, right, internet service where they're going to they're going to lay cables. They're going to do the whole thing. He's like talking about having a T1 internet as a redundancy in case it breaks down. But like they were very focused on having like a year-round, incredible high-speed fucking internet service. I don't even know what that means, right? 15 meg. What is that? What does that even mean, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, it is like, is that like compared to in the early 2000s? What year is this? What year is this email? This was 2013. Okay. What is so it was a high-speed broadband for 2013, all right? Ideal for streaming high-def video on multiple devices. So 15 was a fast home connection. And like, I don't know, dude. In your first, let's see, what was the fastest internet in 2013? Google Fiber was a gigabit. So what was, and then they had the T1. What did he mention in here about T1? Time Warner? T1, yeah, it's like fiber, right? That's what it is, right? Like fiber, where there's no change in up and down. Dedicated symmetrical 1.5 up and down in 2013. Okay, so it was a 1.5, right? Which was slower than the standard cable packages, but the same with up and down. So that's really interesting. Like, dude, it's, you know what I'm trying to figure out though, is like why they're sitting there to have like multiple. So it's not like the fastest, right? Is it 1.5 gigabits, right? This says Mbps, right? It says consumer cable internet was faster, right? A T1 was obsolete for high speed compared to fiber. But is there a benefit for like a T1? Oh, T1 is for reliability. Okay. Now I see what's going on though. Oh, megabits per second. Yeah. So I get it. Now I get the gist of the email though, right? Is what it is the T1 is a slower internet speed, but it's like super reliable. So is the backup. Exactly. And so what happens is if they set up a high speed line and there's some weather issue, they have the slower T1. So they're never like losing internet, right? And it's safer, it's reliable, and it's guaranteed. But I guess what's crazy about this, guys, is if you look at it, like look at this, they have like dishes and all this shit, okay? Right? 5 gigahertz spectrum, blah. So these guys though, right? And look at this though too. The proposal presented attached NDAs, confidentiality agreements, right? Like, isn't that weird? That you would have NDAs and confidentiality agreements involved in like installing internet. bringing internet to your house, doesn't that seem a little like strange? Like, why would they have that? Right? Why would they have that? You know what I mean? You know, it's like, it's just a little unusual, right? That what I noticed here, yeah, bunker internet, okay? Right? Bunker internet. So guys, it was these emails about the internet that I first sort of like caught my attention, okay? Right? Vance is migrating to new satellite services. Okay, they're on satellite services, and there's a whole bunch of these. Okay, there's a whole bunch of these where they're talking about internet and they're talking about speed. They're talking about the different things. You know what I'm saying? And they're real concerned. They're discussing like Verizon. They're discussing various sort of like information exchanges and stuff like that. And so I thought when I saw these, if you look at them, dude, look at them. There's a lot of them. And guys, look at the dates, okay? They go from 2013 all the way to 2018, okay? This is like 2012, right? All the way through. There's like several years of emails, okay? And they're still working on outstanding like communications projects at Zorro over the course of years. Yes, continuously updating and shit. Now, I thought that was strange, okay? And here's why, guys, is because if this is a vacation home, right? If this is a vacation home and you're out there like whatever, you're going there to get away. You know what I'm saying? It's like you would expect them to have like decent internet, but it wouldn't be this thing where like, dude, let's compare every possible internet package. We're going to have a backup line for redundancy. We got it right. I mean, they were sort of setting it up as though they had to have some type of like same up, same down internet that was always running, that was never going to be down. Okay, that the internet could never be down. And so that, when I saw those emails, that email like kind of made me think that there was something to whatever they were talking about in the basement with the surveillance or whatever they had going on there. It seemed like they had sort of commercial grade internet concerns that were constantly building out this system and improving this system, when it was like, did you really need that to just go and like disappear? Like, how much time did they even spend here? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It seemed excessive to me. It seemed like that was something that you would be worrying about if you really needed 24/7, 365 internet access to something going on in the, in the basement of this fucking building, right? Somebody said they have a flyover video that they put in here. Where's the flyover video? Where'd you put it? Oh, and Epstein. Okay. Is there no music? I hope there's no music. Or we can always mute it, right? Oh, there it is. Okay. oh wait, I saw this, right? I've seen this. This is the images from the real estate agent. Okay? Like I've seen this. When they sold it, they took pictures and they show the inside of this thing, and we can do a little virtual tour. This is pretty interesting when you see it. I mean, the rooms, look at that crazy long hall. Like, it's pretty fucking wild with these expansive windows. Look at that, the crazy ceilings and chandeliers. I mean, this thing was very, aristocratically designed. If you look at it, it feels very much like a king's palace. The beamed ceilings and shit. Insane fucking kitchen. It's a little weird with the rustic nature, but dude, have a full library. The outside was pretty wild. You'll notice this was very much like the island too. He seemed to like those outdoor archways, right? But it is very like, it reminds me of like a French palace. Like, it was pretty big, dude. Right? There's the helipad. Okay. The helicopter pad. When you see it, it's like, it's pretty big. It is very, very megalomaniac, right? Big space, dude. Here's the helipad, the little fucking walk up, and the stone details around everything, the grasses. It had several like other, there were several other units, housing units or what have you. It's pretty. It's definitely pretty, dude. It's very like a southwestern Greek palace. The flyover needs muting. All right. Is the flyover here in the pictures? Dude, it looks pretty cool at night. I really like the way it looks at night. It's pretty I don't know, pretty fucking, like amazing looking at night. The night shots with the huge walls of windows. I do love those desert houses with the huge walls of windows and shit, but it also had like guest houses and stables and shit like that. I mean, it's pretty expansive. Yeah, the architecture was pretty crazy, right? And tennis court. I mean, tennis and basketball courts. Dude, you got to love a tennis court out in the fucking, there we go. There we're now in the stables, right? Lot of horses and shit. The tack rooms. It's pretty expansive, okay? Then it had cabins and residences outside. Fucking greenhouses. Little fucking, like a miniature motel or whatever. Little general store. Pretty crazy. Little water cistern. I mean, this thing was pretty wild. All right? Pretty wild stuff. So it's very crazy. Now, where's the virtual flyover? Oh, is it here? The virtual tour? All right, let's see. Let's see the virtual tour. So, just so you know, guys, to let you know, somebody keeps talking about a venting. Guys, the vents are not for air conditioning, guys. The vents are for water drainage. Okay? Like, you got to understand the way these desert properties are. They have grates and shit like that because they need water drainage, because these areas get dry as shit and then they get incredibly heavy rains. And so water drainage becomes a real issue because the ground doesn't soak up the water. They have a ton of flash floods. So there are always like big grates and rock, sort of like dry bed rock rivers that are designed to drain water away from the residences or away from the shit so they don't have flash floods. Okay? And it's an ever-present issue with these things that they, and I'm sure this place, you'll notice too that the helipad is elevated. So if it rained really heavy and there was like a flash flood up here or whatever, it could potentially roll downhill and just flood out the fucking house and shit. So I'm sure they have like a significant, like they probably have the thing leaned a direction and huge grates for their water drainage system. Not so much about like air conditioning and shit like that. It's pretty, the desert gets pretty gnarly in you know, with that raining. You know what I'm saying? With that, the raining, like the water there really gets fucked up. It's pretty fucking schmancy, dude. Dude, it's the outdoor chessboard. It's a wild touch. So what's interesting about the land is the land is 7,500 acres, but he didn't own the land. The land was public land that he rented, he leased from the state, $200 a year, right? $200 a year for 7,500 acres, which is suspect, okay? Now, somebody mentioned the upkeep. And like he had a year-round staff, right, at all of his residences and shit. Yeah, this thing is palatial, dude. It's so crazy. It's like the scale of it is pretty wild, dude. It really is. The scale of it is insane. And then there's, you know, the stable, horses, and there's several other like residences on the place. There's a private airstrip right here, right? Did you see that? That's the airstrip. We'll go back and look at that again, right? That's what this is. That concrete pad is where you park your plane, right? So it doesn't sink into the fucking ground, right? There's a parking area for a small airplane. You may see the plane that was on, right? Nope, not Nancy. It's the plane, this plane that's on the thumbnail, okay? He used to fly this plane here. In fact, if you look at this, guys, I think this might actually be here. If you look at the ground, okay, look at the ground, guys. I think this is actually at that location. Okay, look, you see the X and the way the ground looks. I'm pretty sure that this is them at this fucking location. Look at the dry shrubs. This is them here. Okay. It is a, you know, it is a little like staging area for the plane with a private airstrip. Yeah. Here's the airstrip, right? So people could land privately here. So yeah, so 𝗙𝗛𝗞 bought this thing, right? I mean, ostensibly, this image could be the airstrip at the island as well, but you know, because I'm sure it has the same thing. But he did fly this plane. This was pretty standard, and you know what I'm saying? This was a pretty standard, like this plane. They flew a lot in this, but we don't know if it's Zorro. We don't know if it's the island, but it is an expansive, crazy property. And yes, now it's been sold to 𝗙𝗛𝗞. All right, it's been sold to our fucking zooting. Where are they? Hold on, you ready? Let's bring the picture up again. Dude, remember the picture? Dude, fucking the zooters, they're all zooted up. There they are. That's who bought it. Dude, they are zooted. Right? But yeah, this like I think this is at their location. I think this is at Zorro, right? I do. This looks like it could be Zorro, right? Zorro Ranch. Looks like it. I mean, it doesn't, I don't know. I don't see any tropical, you know what I'm saying? I know it's like I'm looking over here and there's not a fucking palm tree to be found. If this was on the island, there would be a palm tree somewhere. There wouldn't be any obviously near the thing, right? But they had a, you know what I'm saying? They had a helipad and shit. This is definitely at Zorro, right on that piece of concrete, dude. Literally right on the airstrip concrete. They're literally right there. I mean, different time of year, right? Because there's no green here. It's all yellow, but it's just different time of year, right? This looks like it was taken during the summer, probably when everything is scorched. And that the other one may be a winter shot, right? Because here's what it normally looks like. Normally looks like that in the nearby. So yeah. Wild, huh? And well, in this though, this is 𝗙𝗪𝗪. Okay, this is his assistant, right? That is the one of the lieutenants, right? That's who that is in that photo. That is 𝗙𝗪𝗪. Right? There she is. All right. There she is. Dude, there should be some fucking, there should be some consequences for these women, but there to this day has not. You know what I'm saying? Like they got immunity in that original deal and they have not been tried or looked at. But anyway, guys, we took a little bit of a roundabout sort of like thing. Let me get back to my original point here, because we did do a roundabout look at the ranch and talk about this, but I do want to share with you what people were talking about today. And one of the things that they were talking about today was this HEST, okay? HEST group. Dude, Scripter says, being an empath Just viewing this place makes me feel sad for those who endured unspeakable acts there, would never desire to live there. Yes, indeed, Scripter. That is so true. All right. But so this is what people were talking about today. Okay. Because these guys, all right, these people, we're going to get rid of her. These crazy MFers. Okay. This is Don Huffines and his wife. I believe her name is Mary. Okay. They bought that ranch. All right. They bought it for millions of dollars. Okay. His son, Russell, their son, Russell, is in Trump's cabinet. All right. So Trump is connected to the people who bought that ranch. The people who bought that ranch have a representative in the Trump administration. And Don Huffines and his son they have a company that does stem cell research. Okay. Right. They have a company called HEST, right? Huffines Enterprises, Science and Technology. Okay. And they do, right? It's like 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗆 Therapeutics. Okay. It is, the ideal stem cell for clinical development, adult stem cells, blah, blah, blah. Our lead drug, STM-01, and its secretome, STM-21, are derived from neonatal sources, babies under 30 days old, ensuring a near zero variability. This breakthrough eliminates a key challenge in producing reliable, scalable stem cell-based therapies. So, like, the guys who bought this, I mean, I know it's just feeding like conspiracy theory after conspiracy theory, but it's like, so Huffines, the Huffine family, it's Don and his kid, they have a private equity biotech firm, okay? And it focuses on like biotech and tech sectors. And the kid in the cabinet, Russell, is his son, okay? And they invested in Valerian. Okay, it's like battery technology. They're invested in quantum computing, and they're invested in biotech, in some of these stem cell drugs and shit. And so that's a little weird, right? This is what the person was talking about in the tweet, was talking about this, that Hess leads 1.8 million SPV investment in 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗆 Therapeutics to advance human trials. Okay. And so what they're doing is they're trying to do human trials with their 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗆 Therapeutics. All right. And it's to revolutionize regenerative medicine. All right. So that is like, I don't know, stem cell stuff. Okay. Now it's a little weird that you have this ranch that some of the survivors say there's testing going on. There's like underground bunkers. There's underground surveillance things. And it's this really secretive place. The FBI never searches it. The locals don't get to search it because the FBI shut them down. And then you think, is there a bunch of research facilities in the basement there? And if there are, is that why the guy who owns the fucking biotech equity firm that is, trying to work on regenerative medicine? I mean, dude, I don't know. It's like, maybe it does seem a little weird, though, that all of that connection is there. I mean, there are many survivors who have talked about labs, right? 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗆. Oh, dude, secret to me. Interesting. 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗆, secret to me. Yeah, you like that? There you go. You're playing it. Check my Discord. I always check my Discord. Right? What am I checking for? I think it's fascinating. Let me see. Let's try this. How many Epstein? Let's just see if the AI can say survivors have talked about tunnels and bunkers at Zorro Ranch, and who are they? Stem cell research does not use babies. Yeah. So well, what are they doing? Right? Let's see what they're doing here. I don't think any research uses babies. Yeah. I mean, like there was something here that mentioned, like, I don't know what this is, neonatal sources. Let's see what that is. Let's see if we can find something on that. Right? So here's where they pulled this. Okay? STM21 secretome product. It is, here's where it mentions the neonatal, right? It says here, derived from neonatal cardiac progenitor cells. Okay? It's a biotech company advancing therapies derived from neonatal cardiac progenitor cells. All right? And to treat cardiovascular diseases and other undeserved diseases driven by inflammation. Okay? But I don't know where they got this. Like, do you see this part right here? Like babies under 30 days old? I don't know where they got that, right? I'm not seeing that here. Right? I mean, is somebody's like faking some shit? Yeah, well, dude, nobody's using babies. Now, there are, guys, there are like stem cell things from like fetuses, absolutely. Okay? You know what I mean? There are like there are stem cell research okay, from, right? You know what I'm saying? Stem cells derived from fetal tissue from abortions, miscarriages, or ectopic pregnancies. Okay? This is part of the reason why conservative religious people are like really fucked up about like stem cell and shit like that. Okay? From fetal tissue. Okay? From you know, okay? They're from some of the cells there. Right? But I believe that people have stopped using this. This was like kind of like one of the, you know, I don't know what they're doing, but this was like, I feel like this was the early stem cell stuff. I don't know if they still do this, but it's looking like this. A lot of people are ending support for this, but this was a, was a, like an early way that they were dipping into stem cell research was from using like, you know what I'm saying? Using fetal tissue. Okay. It was hugely, right? It was hugely controversial. This was like, I don't know. I sometimes, you know what's funny, guys? I sometimes feel like that some of the, you know how the religious right became incredibly anti-science? I sometimes feel like that really got ramped up because of stem cell, like early stem cell research. Okay? The umbilical cord holds fetal stem cells. Let's go, Scripture. I swear to you, I think that shit got them really activated, okay? Because it was like the ultimate slap in the face for them, okay? Even though stem cell research is it's really powerful stuff, you know? You know what I'm saying? But I do think, though, it's pretty weird. Let's go back and get our answer to this question, okay? I'm curious about this. We have a few minutes here. All right, so it says Maria Farmer, okay, spoke about tunnels and extensive subterranean surveillance rooms at Zorro Ranch. Okay, guys, look at this. Maria Farmer, okay? She is the woman who did the first FBI report, okay? And this is Annie Farmer's sister. So this is, let me get the picture of Maria and Annie. This is a good picture of them, okay? Okay, so Maria Farmer, who is right here, this is her sister Annie who testified. Maria Farmer, Annie Farmer's sister, talked about extensive tunnels and subterranean surveillance rooms under Zorro Ranch. Okay? She alleged that all of his residences featured mechanical rooms and tunnel systems. She described the surveillance rooms at Zorro being bigger than houses, enormous, filled with computers, with recording equipment. Okay? Annie Farmer testified about being at the ranch, but didn't testify about this. Okay? Virginia mentions the ranch as a Mediterranean-looking castle, and she mentioned Epstein's plans to use it as a breeding ground for eugenics projects, okay? But she doesn't specifically say anything about it, okay? All right? And then again, though, it did never get searched. Now, one of the things is they don't mention Juliette Bryant, okay, but Juliette Bryant is somebody, I noticed the AI is not mentioning her. She's the one who talks about, like, the baby factory, okay? And so we don't really know how accurate that is or isn't, but we do know that they now want to go in and look at this place. They want to do a forensic, like, exploration of this. Guys, I don't know how, okay? I don't know how this shit did not get searched, okay? I just don't understand how they did a criminal investigation of Epstein and they prosecuted Ghislaine and they did not search this fucking residence. I don't get it. I don't get how you take a massive palatial estate that belongs to the guy who had a trafficking ring and you don't search the fucking major residence. And so the thing about this, though, when you're saying that, like somebody saying they probably destroyed the evidence, I think that's fine. I still think that even if you destroy the evidence, there's going to be trace like material, or if there were buildings underneath this thing, they'd be able to find that they were there, right? But so here's something interesting is some of the staff, okay, former construction workers have said that they had lead walls in the ranch, which is a little bit unusual. Unless, you're building a bomb shelter, it would have maybe some lead walls, okay? So let's look at some of this AI stuff and see what the AI pulls. So there's no confirmed, okay? There's no confirmed anything, but the property was never searched, okay? It's just Maria Farmer and some staff that have talked about this, okay? And so they do want to search the ground and the land around it. And now that there's been some emails that mentions bodies being buried, they want to look at it, right? But I mean, I did think it was, for me, guys, here's what I thought was interesting. And I'm going to like, give you my own personal take on this. Okay. My own personal take is this, is I believe Maria Farmer saying that she, that there were underground surveillance rooms, or what have you, right? I do. I believe, and there's been plenty of talk about the elevator that goes in the basement and the picture, the naked picture of Ghislaine. And so, you know, the idea of there being like giant whatever, they got surveillance, video rooms, a bunch of computers down there. I don't know what they're doing. I absolutely believe Maria Farmer like talking about that. Now, what that is, I don't know. If it was a communication hub because he's working with intelligence, if he was doing some type of like Jeffrey Epstein eugenics research down there, or if it was some giant, you know, if he had surveillance on all the rooms in this house and used to bring people there and record them. I don't know. I don't know like what it is, but I do believe there is some underground thing there. I mean, Maria Farmer's not crazy. Okay. She's like totally set. Now Juliette Bryant is the one who says she woke up in a lab and that they were performing experiments on her and, you know, talks about baby farming and all that. I don't know how accurate any of that is, right? You know, but I do think it's pretty weird that he was obsessed with like a like needing an always up internet connection there. And he spent several years like building an internet connection to this ranch and then improving it and making it faster and more efficient and having a second system. You know, I think that if you have a vacation home, you're going there to get away. I mean, it seems a little weird that you would be obsessed about, you know, needing this crazy, like multiple internet systems to make sure you never lose internet there. Or maybe it's just a rich guy who's obsessed with like having everything, right? I mean, I could see it either way. Okay. I mean, like for me, guys, I like access. You know, let me just tell you a story about me personally. Okay. So like I have fiber internet and I don't have a backup, right? But if I was wealthy, I might have a backup for my stream in case the fiber goes down. I probably would. I mean, I know that I have like every streaming service, even though I sometimes don't use them, but I have them for access. Okay. I like that if any show shows up on any streaming service, I know that I have access to it all. Whether I use it or not, I have all of the streaming services. I have YouTube TV. I have, you know, Amazon Prime Video. I have all that because I like to have access. Okay. And so I understand that maybe a rich guy likes to have access, right? And you know, like if you have enough money to have access, like absolutely, I can totally understand that, right? He was Mossad. I mean, maybe he was Mossad. I don't know. There's a lot of shit swirling around him. Maybe he was Russian intelligence. You know, maybe he was working with the CIA. Maybe he wasn't into intelligence at all. Maybe he was just a fucking video obsessive watcher freak. I don't know. Dude, he was hanging out though with a lot of people that were into research. You know, I mean, he was definitely connected to a lot of foreign governments. I don't know. And I don't know that we're ever going to know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, right? He may have been, right? He definitely, I don't know, dude. He definitely seemed connected to, you know, the people in his orbit were connected to Mossad, and they were connected to Russia, though. You know what I'm saying? And they were connected to a lot of the governments in the, you know, I don't know, I feel like Saudi Arabia, UAE, right? That Suleiman, where was the Suleiman guy from? Right? From Dubai, right? UAE. Okay, this guy was like deeply connected to him as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. I don't even know how to process all that. Right? You know? Right? I mean, yeah, I don't know how to process it all. But guys, Trump is connected to that shit, all of that shit too. I mean, Trump's son-in-law is, his family's like best friends with fucking Netanyahu. So like, and George Bush, the entire Bush family are CIA. So like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, I mean, our I don't know, the wealthy people in America being tied into intelligence and tied into like foreign surveillance powers, like a lot of these people are tied into that shit, right? Which is crazy. Like the Bush family was CIA and like when did Bush show up? Like right after Iran, after the Iran takeover, right? Then all of a sudden the Bush family shows up and it's all tied to oil and the CIA and whatnot. And I mean, then what happens while the younger Bush is in there? There's like, the Saudi Arabia pays for the 9/11 attacks. And then next thing you know, there's like the Patriot Act, which brings us ICE, which brings us airport security. It brings us TSA. It brings us, CBP gets advanced power. Like there was so much policing, right? That it came as a result of that, 20 years of, occupation in Afghanistan. And like, guys, let's be real. When there are forces in Afghanistan, I feel like there's shit going on with Russia there too, right? Remember, Russia like had a long interest in Afghanistan for a long period of time, right? We had the Iraq War. I mean, so there's a lot of oil. There's a lot of, I don't know what's going on in Afghanistan, okay? But like Afghanistan, I mean, if you look at it, like it's rocky. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like Afghanistan is rocky and like, what is even there? But everybody, it seemed like everybody and their mother had an interest, right? Russia, the United States, the Taliban, everybody was like fucking all over Afghanistan. And that's, you got to wonder like, all right, is it about the drugs? Is it about the, are you know what I mean? Are they doing some kind of research there? Like lithium, maybe it's the resources. I mean, there's a lot of, it seemed like everybody is fucking, is like up Afghanistan's ass, boss. I mean, it is a prime piece of real estate for sure. Okay. I mean, when you think about it, okay, it is pretty prime, dude. Right? I mean, like if you look, it's like it touches everything. Okay. It's sort of like the center, you know what I'm saying? The center of the whole thing, right? If everything that connects, like all of, oh my God, it's crazy. It touches every single fucking country there. Isn't that wild? I hadn't really thought about that, like, why is everybody so obsessed with it? And there is lithium. There is definitely drugs and shit. There is oil, but I think it's transportation, right? You know what I mean? It is like, I mean, if you look at it, like, it's almost like an Amazon hub when you think about it, because look at that. Okay. If you want to go from Russia to Iran, like if you pump something into Afghanistan, you can go to every fucking country with ease. It's like a hub. Dude, I hadn't even realized that. I'm like, why is everybody invading Afghanistan? It's like, oh, now I get it. Because it literally touches everywhere. It is like a USB hub that has easy access to every fucking country, right? You know what I mean? That's not why. I mean, that feels like it's got to be some element of it. There's definitely natural resources, you know. There's definitely fucking heroin, there's drugs. What other reason is there? Let's see what the AI says. Why do countries want to invade Afghanistan? Geographical location, right? Security concerns. The central position made it a vital passage, right? It's a buffer zone, right? Then, of course, we wanted to dismantle fucking the Taliban and shit, but I don't even know if we want to do that, right? Natural resources, lithium, copper, rare earth elements, of course, right? We know it's about resources, right? But yeah, I mean, dude, I'm intrigued though. You know what I'm saying? I am fucking intrigued by it, right? Because you know, I'm intrigued by that because all of these countries essentially touch each other. So it's not that huge a deal. I mean, it is sort of maybe a buffer zone, right? Where like it's, you know, you got Russia, it sort of separates Russia and China and Iran and India, Pakistan are all like separated by that one thing, you know? I mean, it's not touching any water though, dude. It's very rugged. It's very rugged, but you know, the ruggedness I think is not, you know, is not as like a huge a deal as it once was. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, and I would imagine though too that there's an extensive tunneling that goes on here, right? You know what I mean? I would imagine there's extensive underground networks there with all the terrorism and shit, right? It's definitely though resources, you know, the resources, huge amount of resources. Oh my God, there's probably so many resources there. It's all rock, dude. But I just think it's funny though that like people have been obsessed with it forever. But all right, dude, I'm going to go make some videos. All right? I'm going to go make some videos, boss. Zorro, baby. Dude, that's pretty wild though, boss. Right? That like Epstein connected to all of these guys, right? Rocana and Jennifer Welch. Dude, MLV, we'll check it out, boss. We're not going to watch it tonight, but put it in Discord. All right? Let's go. Thank you, boss. Let's fucking go, baby. Dude, is it a good one? Dude, their interviews with Cenk and Anna were a little like, I don't know. I don't know, dude. I've wondered like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know like what they're not them in particular, right? I sometimes wonder like what our group, you know, I wonder what our group content is like. Dude, Anna, did they cook her later on? Like what I saw, I mean, we only watched a middle part, but what I saw a lot of was like, I don't know. I didn't see a lot of open challenge. I saw a little bit of questioning. I saw mostly Anna trying to rationalize Tucker Carlson. But I mean, I get it. You're going to remain civil. You know, you're not going to lay into your own people quite that much. I'm just not sure if Anna and Cenk are our own people. But I'm intrigued about the Roe thing, because now I am seeing, like, I'm starting to see a lot of content on TikTok that in the wake of Hassan talking about Gavin Newsom, I am starting to see a lot of like, I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm seeing on TikTok. I'm seeing a lot of anti-Gavin Newsom sentiment, but they're talking about Ro Khanna is now, I am seeing a lot of leftists saying that they want Ro Khanna to be part of the, to be the leftist candidate. Okay. And I will grant people that Gavin is problematic in a zillion fucking ways. Right. But like, I don't know that Ro Khanna is a viable, like, winning the hearts and minds of the Midwest candidate. I just don't, I don't know, man. I don't know if he's the guy, right? He is like, you know, he doesn't have a lot of clout, and he's like a really wealthy, like, I don't know. It's really weird with Ro. You know why? Because you ready? Let me explain this to you with Ro Khanna, okay? Ro is doing great things, but here's the problem. The people that I see loving Ro Khanna are like Ivy League educated people, okay? They are. If you went to Columbia, you look at Ro Khanna and he is like, you're progressive. If you went to UCLA and you are progressive, you look at somebody like Ro Khanna and you think that guy is really fucking talking the right shit. But if you're like somebody who has community college from the Midwest in Wisconsin, and you're an independent voter who kind of can swing either way party-wise, I don't think you're looking at Ro Khanna's educated, polished, brown skin. And I don't know what those voters are thinking. I don't know if they're buying into him. He's from a very wealthy district. And will the like sort of racist, uneducated white voters that aren't MAGA in middle America, will they look at Ro Khanna and trust him? They love Bernie because Bernie's kind of like a zany grandpa, sort of like, oh, right? Like Bernie kind of has that unpolishedness to him, but Ro Khanna is like a tech bro, right? That like, I feel like, I don't know. He's like I don't know. He's like an immigrant tech bro, but educated, right? Smart as hell and very polished. But like, I just wonder, like, I don't know if he could win a primary in the middle of America. The racist, uneducated Democrats. But see, Bingewood, the thing about this is like it's not like they're not necessarily racist. Okay. Again, you guys, whenever I talk about like the Midwestern independent voters, you seem to hear MAGA. Okay. And you seem to react to this whenever I talk about these people, right? It is racist, but it's not like MAGA racist. It's more like there's something about him, right? Where it's like the sort of like racism that exists in middle America, where they vote for like white guys and they don't want to vote for women and they don't want to vote for brown skin. And they did vote for Obama, but then they got gun shy after Obama, because after Obama, like everything got like all the racism got kicked up. You know what I'm saying? And you're right. Yeah, it's like racism, but not racist. And maybe that's the thing that I want to fucking differentiate between, okay? Because I think there is a like, you know, there is an entire structure in America that is subject to racism that is not necessarily like built on like overt racists, right? And so I don't know. It'll be interesting. I'll be honest, guys. You ready for this? I would love 𝗏𝗏 to run in the primary because I would love to see how he does. I really would. I would love to see how he does, man. You know what I mean? Like, I'll say this. You ready? I don't think 𝗏𝗏 can win a Democratic primary. That's just it. I don't think he can win one. I want him to run, but what's really curious about this is like, I'm intrigued that he's the guy that progressives are like rallying behind, at least on TikTok. You know what I mean? And like, it's weird though, right? If you ask a brown or black person, they feel it's racist. Oh, absolutely. And it is racist. It is racist. It's just like not like MAGA racism. You know what I mean? Like my mom, okay? My mom was not MAGA racism, but she was like small town, like live in a all white small town racism, which is not that they're openly racist. Like when there was a black guy that lived in Elkhorn, they were my parents' best friends, but like they had a general, like they felt more safe with a white leader in most instances. My mom loved Obama, right? But like even you ready? Here's what it is. Even with somebody like Obama, you know what my mom used to say? She used to do that shit where she would be like, he's so well spoken, right? And that's a type of racism, right? Is that type of idea where they considered Obama, him being well spoken, was like this surprising thing. Why? Because he was a black man. Okay, when there's a white man who's well spoken, they don't say, oh yeah, he's so well spoken. And in fact, a white man can be like Trump, can be a goddamn moron, and they're still gonna vote for him because he's white. But there is a type of racism that exists to where a black man being well spoken is like, oh, that becomes this really unusual, like incredible trait because it's like, right? You know what I mean? And like, that is fucking like the type of racism that I'm talking about, you know? And like, I don't know, man. I didn't realize though, I guess I didn't realize that progressives were so like jazzed up on 𝗏𝗏, right? Because it's really interesting because he is somebody that I personally have had a rocky relationship with because he's like a super progressive voice, but he comes from a very wealthy, like, you know, wealth-oriented district, right? You know what I mean? And like, to me, there is an entire industry of progressive. You ready for this, guys? I swear to you, progressive people argue with me when I say this, but there is an industry of being progressive where you represent wealthy people, but you are progressive, but progressivism losing benefits the environment they come from. And to me, that's really weird to have like the progressive voices be voices coming from areas of high wealth that every time progressivism loses, the area they come from gets more benefited. Okay. And that is like, you call it gatekeeping, but I don't call it like, I don't think it's gatekeeping. It's like the prospering through losing. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, that is an age-old sort of like benefit. It is a political tactic. Okay, it is like where you prosper when you lose, because losing creates more fear, which creates more incentive, which creates more, right? But simultaneously, though, there's a financial benefit. Okay, like you know, progressive policies losing benefits the rich. Okay. And so, like, if you're really, really wealthy, right, and you benefit every time your cause loses, like, you know what I mean? Like for example, guys, you ready? Here's the thing, okay? Is the thing that's really crazy about this is how, what if I said to you that politics, where people stand politically, is relative? Okay, would you buy that? Would you buy that like progressives, if a whole bunch of progressives got into Congress, some of our current progressives may then become moderates? Do you believe that is a possibility? That right now, like, the progressive movement may be fueled by the fact that it is an outlier? And if the progressive became the norm, then the centrism would be the outlier? And that there might be a shift because like, part of how power works is like who has it and who doesn't. Okay, so the progressive wing is like fighting against something. Okay, and they, because they don't have a lot of power. But then when the progressives take the power, it's like, well, who's going to be fighting then? Because the real politics is of opposition. No, it's not about being paranoid. It's about the realities of how power works. Okay? Power works is whoever has power, there are people that are fighting it. And it's not just two poles, there's multiple poles, right? And like one of the things I ask myself, guys, is this. I mean, ask yourself this question. Why don't we have working class progressives? Okay? Like why is that, guys? I mean, think about it. Because progressive policies benefit the working class, but like, why don't we have working class progressives? Where are they? Like, who are they? Okay? Who are they? You know what I'm saying? Like, who are the working class progressives? You know, I mean, Ro Khanna isn't working class. Graham Plattner isn't working class. Even Zohran Mamdani is not working class. Dude, he is rich as fuck, bro. You know what I'm saying? Bernie, there's Bernie, and there was AOC, right? And Katie Porter. I'll give you that. But like, I'm thinking about like some of the big, other than them, like who else do we have that is working class? And I mean, I know it's hard because once people get into the government, they often lose their working class roots. But like, you know, my thing is though, is you ready for this, guys? And let me just tell you, this is somebody who I am very progressive. And guys, I am not like being negative here. I am trying to get progressive policies that work, that get picked up in the Midwest. And the problem is, guys, is if you grew up in the Midwest, no, it's not that I'm paranoid towards rich people, 𝗙cie. It's that the people in the Midwest don't trust rich people unless they talk like idiots. Okay? This is why George Bush, second Bush, young Bush, won over the Midwest. This is why Donald Trump was able to sort of run a Bernie Sanders style campaign and pick up like people in the Midwest, because the Midwest people don't trust rich people saying, we're going to do policies that help you. Okay. And that's a real problem with voting in the middle America. Okay. That's why the middle American like voters, they vote for people like Gavin Newsom. Okay. Because he's like, he looks like a fucking white guy who's shucking and jiving in the Midwest. And they might vote for 𝗣𝗢𝗟𝗏 because 𝗣𝗢𝗟𝗏 doesn't really walk like a wealthy elitist. He doesn't walk like he has a fucking pocket watch, right? And so like they define a lot of our, like middle America. I mean, for example, somebody said Minnesota, look at Tim Walz, okay? I think Tim Walz is a great example because he doesn't look elitist. He's like a fuddy-duddy, but he doesn't have any balls and he's not good on a national stage. Tim Walz would have been great if he could fight like Gavin Newsom, right? Because Tim Walz is like, sort of speaks to that Midwestern guy, right? Coach, fucking dad, grandpa, farmer, right? Just a regular guy, but he was too, I don't know, he didn't have any of the fight, right? But people in the Midwest are notoriously suspicious of like well-spoken, well-educated, like, fucking, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It is and I mean, I grew up there, okay? I still have family that are like that are profoundly like medium educated. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? They're medium educated white people, right? And they are like super distrustful of like people that appear like Ivy League, okay? You know what I'm saying? And yet they want somebody who's like a fighter, okay? Which is crazy. It's like, because like my thing, guys, going into this election that my thing has always been about when I talk about this. Do you not see that the entire system has changed? I mean, Anna, see the thing about that is I guess I don't see. I see that there's been change in metropolitan areas, but I don't know. I mean, like when I look at my Midwestern family and shit, I don't see that they have changed a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I mean, I don't know, maybe you guys live in middle America in small towns and are seeing something that I'm not seeing, you know what I'm saying? But like, I just base things on my knowledge of having lived there and of having spent a lot of time in the Midwest touring and my family that still lives there. Right. And so I don't know what you're talking about some radical change. I mean, Zoran Mamdani is like incredible, but he is not, if he ran a senator race in Wisconsin, he would not win. Okay. Zoran Mamdani would not win a statewide race in Wisconsin or Missouri or Iowa or fucking, you know what I'm saying? He wouldn't. I don't even know if he'd win a statewide race in New York. Maybe now that he's aligned with Hochul. Like, I don't know. It's like, it's just a different ballpark when you scope out to like the presidency, right? Like the presidency, like in order to win the presidency in the Democratic Party, you have to win a lot of coalitions and you need some of those middle educated, like systemically racism informed white voters that are unaffected by who wins, but they vote on vibes and they vote on like, whether they feel comfortable with the person. And there's a wide swath of them in these, swing states, right? And you know what I'm saying? And like, and like, for example, guys, some of it is around race. It's like why Bernie couldn't win the South. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, even with Bernie, right? I liked Bernie, okay? I liked Bernie, but he could not win the South. Like, the Southern black voters didn't vote for Bernie. And I don't know why. I don't know why they didn't vote for Bernie. They didn't trust him, right? They trusted like the core mainstream Democratic Party, right? And it's pretty weird, right? Why that? You know what I'm saying? It's pretty fucking weird why that like happened. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's pretty bizarre that like, you know, that like, I don't know why that was. You know what I mean? And I mean, even with Hillary, like Hillary fucking trounced him down there. You know what I'm saying? Hillary fucking trounced him down there, right? She did. She just decimated him. But again, you know, we're kind of seeing it play out in Texas right now, guys. Look at what's going on in Texas, guys, with Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico. And tell me that there's not like elements of the Progressive Party that are more in the Tallarico camp because he's a white man. Okay? Tell me that that's not happening. Just, I swear to you, it is absolutely happening that there are progressives that are more behind the white Christian guy in Texas than they are behind the black woman. Okay? Even though, like, I don't know which of those two candidates is actually more progressive. Okay? And like, that is, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That is pretty, like, you know, because I mean, black women are literally like the core of the Democratic voting base. They're the most loyal element of the Democratic voting base, right? And so it's like really weird because Tallarico can't win without Jasmine Crockett's voters, okay? Like, he can't. And my thing is, it's really, my thing with James is like, he's still a white Christian man, right? Which is like, you know, it's pretty interesting to see that, like how that's going to work out if they're going to fucking hate each other there in Texas, you know, I don't know, dude. There has been a schism with progressivism across racial lines that I have not been able to sort of figure out why that is. And some of it feels like I'm not sure what it is. Okay. There is some messaging. Okay. There is some messaging that it happened in 2016 is when I first noticed it. Okay. Was that Bernie, who is from a very white liberal area. Okay. And right. Very white liberal area. Vermont is very white, super liberal. But when Bernie would go into the Midwest and he would speak to the white independents in the Midwest, they would totally eat up his message. But when he went into high black areas with a lot of black people, the black people were a little more suspicious of Bernie's message unless they were younger. Okay, younger black voters were very like hip to Bernie's thing. But a lot of the older black people, I think they heard Bernie's message and they could detect that he was from an area where it was mostly white people, because there's a thing, guys. Okay. There's a thing that happens racially that I don't get, where if you come from a white area and you speak like progressivism and you go into a black area and speak the progressivism, I think the black people can detect that your progressivism maybe didn't include them. You know what I'm saying? And there's like, I think it's an inherent suspicion that exists because somebody who is progressive in Vermont has never had to deal with the it's like there's a thing that happens with white voters. You ready? Listen to me. And in the Midwest, what I noticed in small town Wisconsin, okay, is that white voters like progressive policies until they detect that maybe their money's going to pay more for the black people to get those policies than for them to get those policies. That there is a white suspicion in some white voters that's not spoken, okay, where white voters want Medicare for all as long as their money's not just paying for the black people to get it. And then that gets played upon, okay? That's one of the core things that like gets played upon in the racial politics is like they try to make progressive, they try to spin it as though the people of color are going to get that stuff, but you're not. And this is the basis of the whole, like, I don't know, this is kind of a big basis of American politics. And then some of the black people who have been left behind a lot, they actually worry, and I think it's a realistic worry, that if we get Medicare for all, if anybody doesn't get the services, okay, the people of color are going to be the first people that don't get it, okay? And that's true, guys. And Bingewood, you got to stop telling me that I need some sleep, because this is a reality that you're not paying attention to. That the black people are the first people who get cut out, dude. That's a reality, okay? If you have a Medicare for all scenario, okay, it's like Medicare for all, anywhere where there's white entrenched power, okay, that care is going to be catered to take care of the white people first, all right? It already exists, man. It already exists in our medical system. Ask a black woman what it's like when she tells her doctor that she's in pain, okay? Ask any black woman. You go to any black woman who goes right now in the medical system, and when she tells her doctor that she's got a pain, ask how she is received by the medical community. There's an automatic suspicion that she's not really in pain. It's like already hardwired into our medical fucking system, okay? Especially black pregnant women. It's like a huge problem why there's a higher infant mortality rate is because the doctors don't believe black women when they say they're having an issue, okay? They think they're drug sinking, they think they're whatever, being too sensitive, etc. So there's already a worry in our medical system that people of color are like left behind already, okay? And this is why it's harder, I think, to bring people of color on board into even the Medicare for all, because I think a lot of them don't believe it. And so the thing is, but see, Bingewood, you just like to argue, right? Because you're being stupid now, because I'm trying to tell you the problem we need to overcome, and you're just being snotty and like not wanting to acknowledge the problem, because I'm telling you, this is why like some of the populism that white people speak doesn't speak to some of the black voters, okay? Because black people are already left behind in the medical system, right? I don't know how to overcome it. Like if I had the answer to how to overcome it, I would be running and I would be overcoming it. But I'm saying like pretending like it doesn't exist and pretending like I'm telling you, this is why Medicare for all is not selling as good as it should, because the people of color are already like getting left behind in the medical system. And so when they hear Medicare for all, they don't believe they are included. Okay. And this isn't about Gavin, but see, that's the thing. Like with you're hung up on this Gavin thing because you have I don't know, you're living in some sort of theory and not living in the reality of why the messaging isn't taking off already. And so the thing is it's not even about the candidate in as much as it's about reforming the medical system in a way that we've got to get the people of color feeling included in these systems, or you're not going to be able to sell them the idea that Medicare for all is going to include them. And it's a real problem that we have that has been like haunting the Democratic coalition, you know? And we briefly had everything behind it during Obama. Okay, Obama is when it sort of came together and everybody was buying in. But then Obama did revolutionary shit with Obamacare, but the red states didn't expand Medicaid. They didn't use the program. They sabotaged it. And you know, the pre-existing thing was great, but there was a lot of the states worked against the program, and then Trump dismantled a bunch of it. And so then it became, he didn't get us to Medicare for all. And then they kind of dismantled some key things of his program, which sort of like allowed the resentment to build. But like, my God, dude, if I had the answer to this, okay, if I had the answer to this, I would be running, okay? And part of the reason why I think I'm not running is because I feel like I haven't really had an answer, you know? And it's hard though, because even with the public option, okay, the public option sounds good, but the public option is like, will be last place, okay? I mean, even as it is now, let me just tell you, Oregon has great health care through OHP, okay? You know what I'm saying? So Oregon has great health care through OHP, but you wait forever to use it. You get the last appointments, okay? And what I'm saying is if you have a public option in Alabama, they're going to exclude the black people in Alabama. And that's the problem. Even with your public option, okay, they're going to find a way in Alabama to exclude the black people, okay? And so, like, we have to make sure that is like, I don't know, that we don't allow that to happen. You know what I'm saying? And like, how will they exclude them? I mean, I don't know. The way they excluded them with Obamacare was by not expanding Medicaid, okay? And you know, I mean, it's sort of entrenched in their power structure. The other way that black people have historically been excluded with insurance is the insurance will refuse to pay for their shit, right? Now, obviously, with a public option, you wouldn't have to deal with that. But I mean, you know, it's like if you guys don't take the racial component into account, you know, we have to start messaging this stuff in a way that doesn't leave people of color behind and ensures them that they're going to be prioritized. But then if you ensure that the people of color are prioritized, then you have a messaging situation where then the white people feel like you're not going to take care of them. And so that racial divide of like the white, like centrist voter and the people of color is something that we have to figure out on the Democratic side. It is the hump that progressivism has to get over. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I don't know, it's weird. Like, I don't see why, like, the thing that's really weird about this is like, you know, I don't see why you look at that and don't see it. You know what I mean? You know, it's a messaging situation that does need to get conquered. You know, it like absolutely needs to get conquered. You know, dude. But yeah, I don't, you know, I mean, guys, there's a reason why progressivism hasn't caught on yet. You know, I don't think progressives have to get over it. It's not about getting over it. It's about like finding a message that doesn't alienate one of those two sides. Okay. because America does have a racial divide, guys. We do. Okay, America has a racial divide where if a policy benefits white people, it usually leaves people of color out. If it benefits people of color, then it gets the white people feel like it's leaving them out. I mean, DEI is a classic example. Okay, DEI benefited white women a lot, and yet a whole bunch of white women like wanted to get rid of DEI, and they voted for Trump, and they voted to get rid of DEI even though it benefited them because they believed DEI only benefited people of color. And I mean, that is a classic example of like how the race in America, we have this fucking, you know, we're still dealing with this racial divide. And I'm just wanting progressives, you know, that's why I think like, you know, a working class white, working class black progressive candidates would be, I would like to see more of them, you know? I would like to see like, you know, I would like to see a progressive from the South, right? And maybe John Ossoff is a future guy down there, right? Although he's not like super working class, but I'm thinking a Southern progressive, right? I mean, this is a little bit what Jimmy Carter wrote in on. He was the peanut farmer, right? He was like not a rich guy. He was not an elitist, right? I'm thinking a Southern progressive candidate, you know, maybe they're of color, right? Maybe not. I don't know. But something like that is, you know, that can react to that sell progressivism to a Midwestern audience. Like, you know, I mean, you may think I'm crazy, but I'm telling you guys, I don't see how you don't see this. I don't see how you don't see this like schism. I don't see how you don't see how like some of the progressive voices are like Columbia educated people, which are like really fucking rich people and predominantly white. There's a whole wing of that. And maybe they're progressive because they're super educated. But when they try to translate that shit to like middle of the road voters that are suspicious of wealth and are suspicious of education, something gets lost in the translation. And then the educated people kind of are like, you're dumb for not getting this. And then there's like a resistance. And there's also a racial barrier where the white working class and the black working class have two different experiences in America. And the white working class, if you speak to the white working class, you may not be speaking to the black working class. And if you speak to the black working class, you may not be speaking to the white one because the working class is not the same. There is a racial divide in the working class, and there is a racial divide in the moneyed class. Okay. And I wish we would spend a little more time trying to sort that out and figure out like why that is and why, you know what I'm saying? And why, you know, the people of color vote so differently in New York than they do in like, I don't know, North Carolina. Right. And you know, and I do believe that I believe that you have to focus on the people that need the most of the latter. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said, if you speak to the black working class, everybody will understand. And yeah, but you have to speak to the black working class in a way that also includes the white people in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, I don't know, man. It's just like, it's weird. It's like a weird thing that, you know, I like, yeah, I don't know. I hope we figure it out. I'm trying to figure it out personally, you know, I'm trying to figure out personally, but you can't just focus on class, okay? Because class is there. You have to focus on class and race. You do. In America, you have to focus on race too, right? You do. There has to be, because if you just focus on class, you run into that situation where the black working class and the white working class have two wildly different experiences in the world. And like I said, guys, if you really want to understand what this is about, it's like find a black woman and ask her about her experience going to the doctor and what it's like when she tells the doctor she's in pain. And I'm telling you that the root of why Medicare for all has not become a good universal messaging that speaks to everyone is rooted in the part of the medical system in America that treats certain people differently and like they don't need care even when they need care. And we're not going to get Medicare for all until we figure that out, because that's the real problem. The real problem isn't that everybody doesn't want Medicare for all. Everybody does. But the problem is much like our policing system, our medical system is founded on a foundation that tells certain people, you don't need care. I know you think you do, but you don't. You're using too much, or you're oversensitive. And so, like, when you tell them that this care is going to take care of you, there are a bunch of people in America that are like suspicious that it's going to actually take care of them. And so then the moneyed interests are able to exploit that suspicion. Okay? That's really what it is. It's like the moneyed interests are exploiting a system, a suspicion that is already in the system. And that's really the problem. That's why you have people that vote against their own interests. Okay? It's like suspicion. Okay? Suspicion. Dude, medical racism is hugely documented. It is like so prevalent. It's like really bad, guys. It's really bad. And so, you know, it's really, really bad. And that's why, like, I think why we haven't been able to like unify that message in a way that everybody believes it, because there are people that experience, like people of color experience a type of medical racism where if you tell them that this is going to take care of everybody, I think they just don't believe it. You know what I'm saying? And systemic racism is the American way of life. But anyway, I got to go make videos. I'm not going to argue anymore. I mean, and I'm not really arguing because you may never believe me, but I'm going to keep looking for an answer to this because I know that this is what this shit is rooted in. I know that when people don't take the thing that's best for them, it's rooted in suspicion. I mean, I know this because I've experienced it. It's like, it's part of why, you know, it was so hard for me to get over addiction and shit. And I think the process of getting over addiction, it might actually be helpful in sorting this out. But I do kind of want to figure this out, right? That like why we know this is what we want and need, but yet a whole bunch of us are still suspicious about it. And I think it's rooted in that, in some of that systemic stuff. You know what I'm saying? Right? You know, I paid into insurance no, I've never had a job that had insurance, boss. I worked in the service industry. So we never had insurance. Okay? I never had a job that had insurance. I didn't start paying in for insurance until Obamacare came around. But Obamacare was the first time I had insurance. I never had insurance. You know what I'm saying? You know, I didn't have insurance like most of my life. You know what I mean? You know, I've had government insurance only for the last like couple of years. Okay. But, you know, I paid for it Obamacare went around, but I had no health insurance. So I went to like urgent care or had like huge bills I had to pay off, or I used care credit to fix my teeth. You know what I'm saying? I had to fucking pay for that shit. I mean, my mom had insurance, right? And I had insurance when I was younger, and we had a whole, like, you know, the game of having insurance not cover shit and it being very expensive. And my parents took jobs that offered insurance. I mean, that's just what America does. You take low-paying jobs that give you insurance. Insurance has been used to hook people into, right? To hook people into the job. Like insurance is the carrot, okay? The insurance is the carrot. That's how they keep people working low-paying jobs, by giving them insurance. But then the insurance doesn't really cover you necessarily, you know? And yes, the Affordable Care Act made insurance go down like significantly, right? Until they got rid of the mandate. And then once they got rid of the mandate, you know, right? Once they got rid of the mandate. But guys, I'm telling you, it's not simply people being afraid of change. People don't trust, okay, that they're going to actually get care, okay? And part of that is health insurance. By not covering you, as it is, people pay for insurance and they don't get coverage. So they don't believe that a system run by the government is going to take care of them. You know what I mean? But anyway, I'm going to go. But anyway, Bingewood, I would say this, boss. If you have the answer to this, you should run for office. Like, why are you not running for office? Because you have been in my chat literally for like 2 hours acting as though you have the answer to all this messaging, and yet you're not running for office and bringing it about. And so I think you should run for office and fucking show us. Show us. Come on, baby. You are so mouthy in here that you got the answer. You know exactly what it is. Get out there and put rubber on the road, boss, and make it happen. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Dude, I'll vote for you, Bingewood. Let's go. Let's go. I challenge you. If you've got the answers, you need to be running. Because I tell you what, guys, the minute I figure out this messaging on how to cross that racial divide, I am going to run for fucking office. Okay? And I don't care if there's AIPAC or moneyed interests like fighting against me. I feel like when I know how to fucking speak to like cross that barrier, when I have the answer, I'm getting in there. I am getting in there. I'm not going to just sit here and talk about the answer. When I have it, when I know what the issue is, I will be out there fucking putting my feet on the ground and like getting in the game, because somebody needs to step up. Instead of fighting about Gavin Newsom being good or J.B. Pritzker or Ro Khanna, it's like, if you have the answer and you know how to message this shit, you need to get in the goddamn game, right? Like Crygo, right? I don't know if you saw Crygo. He was in here earlier, but Crygo ran for city council and won in Massachusetts, and now he's running for state office in Massachusetts. And dude, I like that, right? It's like, get in the game, baby. All right, I'm going to go. I'm serious. I want to see your campaign, Bingewood. Let's go, brother. You'll back me? Let's go. Dude, I still I want to get in there, but dude, let's go, baby. I believe in rubber to the road, boss. All right? Dude, yes, we are going to be watching for you. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, dude, let's go, dude. Lower rent, higher wages, lower prices. Make it happen. Make it happen, boss. See, that's just it though, guys. You know, and this is one of the things that like we need more progressive candidates and less progressives like waiting for a good progressive candidate. Does that make sense? Honestly, we need 200 progressives in Congress, which means we need less progressives saying, where's our good candidate? We have no good candidates. We need those people to be fucking running, okay? Quit saying we don't have any good candidates and go be the fucking good candidate, because we can't wait around for good progressive candidates. If you're a good progressive and you know how to message and you have this thing figured out, you need to be running. We need 200, okay? We need 200 in Congress, okay? We don't need a progressive president. We need 200 progressives in Congress, and then we need a president who won't veto. That's it. That's all we need, guys. Let's go. Let's fucking go, baby. All right, dance party time. But dude, it's like all our progressive movement in America is everybody's waiting for the right progressive candidates, but we're not running, you know? You know what I mean? We're not running, boss. Let's go. And again, guys, you ready? So I think like we should have 10 progressive candidates running in every congressional Democratic district. Why? Why? Because think about this, guys. Okay? Think about this. Think about if every congressional district we had 10 independent progressives doing what 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗏 is doing. Okay? Now, those 10, they might all lose. Okay, but all 10 of them will be doing progressive shit on social media. They will be competing for interviews. They will be trying to get TV airtime. And so if you have 10 people doing it, even if they all lose, that's 10 candidates messaging every fucking seat in America. So even if 10 people lose, you have like 10 times the progressive messaging. Because the more voices preaching it, the more it gets out there, the more it gets into like the fucking subconscious. It's like flooding the zone with progressivism. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, this shit works. Having one progressive candidate in your state, when there's like 10 AIPAC candidates, no, we need to have 10 progressives in every seat. Just people running and losing. But so it is just messaging, not from one voice, but pretty soon you'll have one AIPAC candidate and you'll have 15 progressives. And then people are like, holy shit, that AIPAC guy sounds kind of old hat. All these other people are preaching this new message, you know? And like, let's go, baby. Oh. Dude, let's go. Shit, boss. Dude. Let's go. Forget it. Dance time. Oh. Oh. Let's go. Dude, Deb. Let's go, baby. Appreciate you, boss. Yeah, baby. Big boss man. Oh. Yeah, see, here's the last thing I want to say, guys. And I said this to some of my progressive friends, a progressive woman that I love on TikTok today is this, is like, Gavin Newsom sucks, okay? However, okay, during the primary where you try to get Ro Khanna elected or AOC or Gavin or JB Pritzker or whomever, what you don't want to do is you don't want to turn the hate on so much that you make a candidate somebody that people just can't vote for. Because the thing about it is Gavin sucks, but if he wins the primary, we still all need to back him, okay? And so we don't need to spend 2 years turning the hate up to where if he does win, half of our coalition is like, there's no fucking way I could ever vote for that guy. And then we're screwed. Okay. And that's what we did with Biden, with Genocide Joe and Holocaust Harris. We had tuned them up to where they were so hateable that when the rubber hit the road, a whole bunch of people stayed home because they couldn't bring themselves to vote for them. So, like, don't vote for Gavin. Fine. Pump your guy and do your guy, but don't spend 2 years hating Gavin or hating Roe or hating fucking J.B. Pritzker or hating one candidate because that candidate might win and you may have to force yourself to vote for this person. And if you've been hating them for 2 solid years, you're not going to be able to do it. Okay. So we got to be very careful of, like, don't vote for Gavin, but don't walk around spending 2 years just shitting on him so everybody hates him so bad. And then we get stuck with that motherfucker winning and nobody can bring themselves to vote for him because they've spent 2 years building up this huge resentful hatred. Okay, dude, ML, let's go, baby. Oh, that's all I ask is like, do your guy, but let's be wary of making somebody in our coalition that we just absolutely can't vote for, because at the end of the day, we got to vote for whoever wins the primary. I just don't care. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? If Ro Khanna wins the primary, I'm going to be that motherfucker's biggest cheerleader, bro. I am going to get down and be like, row your fucking boat, baby. I will be right. If Graham Plattner, right, who I don't super trust him, if he wins the primary in Maine, I'm going to be selling Graham Plattner like he's my goddamn best friend, okay? If Alyssa Slotkin wins her primary, I'm going to be in there going, yo, Alyssa, right? I don't give a fuck, because I am not going to let these shithead, like, fascist tech bro shitters take over the goddamn country. You know what I'm saying? That's my philosophy, all right? Right? But I mean, if I have a favorite, like, my favorites right now, we're a long way away, but my favorites are J.B. Pritzker and AOC. Those are my two favorites. In case anyone's wondering. And a runner-up would be Andy Beshear, right? Because he's got that down-home Southern progressive vibe, all right? There you go. Those are my three. All right, those are the three. I don't know that Andy Beshear has the profile, but obviously J.B. Pritzker, I think, is you know, the only thing I don't trust about him is the fact that he's a billionaire, right? But he is a fighter. He's aggressive. He's good at fucking his attacking, and he's also good at being sensible, right? And, you know, AOC, of course, is the fucking queen, but, you know, but Beshear has that Southern progressive down home guy that I think is super kitschy in middle America. Yeah. Like, but the thing about fucking, you said Pritzker will lose the pro-Palestine vote. Yeah, well, you know what, Midnight, it's hard because, like, I'm not sure what the pro-Palestine vote is going to look like. That's very complicated because there's still going to be, like, plenty of AIPAC candidates, right? I don't know. It's like I think it's going to be another 20 years, maybe 10 years before AIPAC is, like, gone. That's still an issue. We got a ways to go with that, you know, but your option is, if the pro-Palestine vote, you said they wouldn't vote for Pritzker, so you're saying they would just let J.D. Vance win? Because, I mean, if that's the case, if the pro-Palestine vote has a choice between voting for Pritzker or letting J.D. Vance win, and they won't vote for Pritzker, then we have to wonder, really, are they on our side? I don't think they are. At that point, I think they're kind of with the enemy. Like, why wouldn't you vote against J.D. Vance? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Because if you're willing to give us J.D. Vance for your own personal issue, then you are not on my side. All right, because you are then like giving us even worse than J.B. Pritzker. So that's what's complicated about that, right? You know, it's like at the end of the day, if you're pro-Palestine and you don't fight off J.D. Vance, you are not pro-Palestine. You are very much anti-fucking Palestine, because anybody is going to be better than J.D. Vance, and in that regard, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't really buy that. I think if they're willing to give us Vance instead of voting for a Democrat, then I don't think they're on our side. You know, I really don't. Oh. I mean it too. You gotta wonder, right? Dude, I love AOC. Let's go. All right, let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's get it. We could argue all night. But again, I'm voting for the primary winner. And we're going to be supporting the primary winners. Let's go. Let's go. See, I tell you, I want to say one last thing though before we go, because this is one of the things where I said, like, the element of the element of the pro-Palestinian movement, okay? It's a wide range of people that are pro-Palestine. But the element of the pro-Palestinian movement that is from Ivy League schools, I'm talking about the rich white kids that go to Columbia, that go to Yale, that go to Harvard, right? That are going to those schools, and they have these deeply progressive values. Those people could withhold their vote and let J.D. Vance win because they would be immune to whatever bullshit J.D. Vance does. But like, I have a fucking problem with that because everybody else that's not going to Columbia and is not a rich white person is going to suffer gravely from a J.D. Vance fucking presidency. So I think, we have to think about taking care of the fucking, the most struggling amongst us. And we have to put our own personal virtues aside in order to protect the most vulnerable, which means just because I'm a white guy with some money and I'm immune to J.D. Vance, I don't let my fucking personal issue prevent me from voting. I vote for whomever's going to help those less fortunate than me, regardless of whether I have to cash in some of my integrity chips and vote for somebody I don't like. And we need that from our fucking staunchly progressive leftist voters. We need that from our centrist voters, right? We need it from all of our voters. We need to vote for whomever's going to be a little bit better for the people down at the bottom. That's what I say. All right, primary winner, chicken dinner. All right, now I'm going to dance, boss. I love you guys. Let's go. Dude, I want to go to Columbia. Dude, I want to buy a New York apartment, but I don't have any money. I can't do it. If I ever get money, though, I'm going to buy a New York apartment. I'm going to go be one of those Columbia kids, but I'm going to be like 60. But I'm going to vote for the goddamn primary winner. Love it. All right, here we go. Oh.
Before, I do this feeling that I have now, almost a bit holy, a notion that I will make it out somehow.
Let's go. Oh! Let's go, baby! Free, yeah, yeah! Freedom! Woo! Free, yeah, yeah! Freedom, yeah, yeah, yeah! Hey! All right, guys. Dude, thank you for the night, for the politics, for the arguments. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Hey, I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey, I just wanna change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting,